Good morning. This is the time to start our conferences, and I want to wish you all a very warm welcome here in this very special room. This is a tent you are in right now. The tent has been built here in 7 months ago, and it will be broken down at the end of July. This is a very special place to be, I think, to be in this EU environment. And we're here together because we share a passion for digital innovation, for health innovation. And by the way, my name is Judith Bruin, and I'm today's host. So we share this passion for innovation, but the thing is, how do we get it really moving, really growing? That is the big challenge. And that is why you're here today, probably to see how you can find clues, information, people, maybe money, connections, patience in order to get your business moving or to get your healthcare to a much higher level. So that's why we're here today. And I won't say very much more about the day and what we're aiming at, because that is someone else's job, and that's the job, and I'm very glad and honored that she's with us here today. Well, it was her initiative in a way, so it's understandable we have her here. Our own Minister of Health, Welfare and Sports, opening our conference. May I have a warm applause for Mrs. Edith Schippers.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Remember this? Remember how you tried and tried? How Rubik's Cube was driving you mad sometimes? Maybe you were even tempted to just take it apart or to give up and throw it out of the window. Still, people managed to solve the puzzle. Being an entrepreneur in healthcare is like trying to solve the Rubik's Cube. It's not only about being smart. It's not only about being creative. To solve the puzzle, you need stamina as well. You need all three to beat the system. It is not easy. Patients aren't always aware you've just launched a new product or service to improve their lives. And if they are, they will ask questions about their privacy. No one wants their blood pressure turn up on Facebook. Disruptive technologies sometimes worry healthcare workers. Your brilliant ideas may be a threat to doctors' business model. Then there's the establishment, always hard to convince to change. Even harder when the idea was not their own. There's a real threat in that a great idea remains just that, a great idea. Ladies and gentlemen, since internet has become omnipresent, apps and mobile devices have changed the daily lives of billions of people. We no longer do without them. Our kids can't do without them. Even most grandparents can't do without them. Yet in healthcare, digital technology is slow to catch on. And when it does, it's used as an addition to traditional working methods instead of a replacement. Doing things differently is never easy, so we have to join forces, because we are missing out on a chance to improve healthcare and to lower the cost at the same time. Since it is neither efficient for professionals, nor is it cost-effective, there's more to consider. Change is unavoidable. It is time to stop looking at healthcare merely in terms of illness to be treated in hospitals, not meaning we stop treating patients altogether. However, the focus in healthcare will shift towards prevention and to coping with illness independently of others, to make life more easy for the patient. Healthcare will evolve around the question, what do people need to live active lives despite their age or chronic conditions? It is my firm belief it can only be done with smart innovations. Innovations connecting people. Connecting care professionals like GPs and surgeons working together via their smartphones. Patients and professionals using Skype or FaceTime in consultations. Patients connecting their own health records, enabling them take control of their own healthcare. People's demand for these types of solutions in healthcare will ultimately accelerate change. Millions of people are already using diet and exercise apps to monitor their eating habits and physical well-being. Kilometers and calories are being tracked, stored, and analyzed. Healthcare will have to make that change to improve the quality, to remain accessible to all patients, and to lower the costs in our aging societies with a decreasing workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, our healthcare systems are complex and highly regulated. And proper financing is always a problem. At the same time, there are huge opportunities for startups. Patients are ready for it. Yet, a great idea is only the beginning. To move forward, you need the support, for example, a network, partners in crime, so to speak. You need legal and financial wizards. And most of all, you need to involve patients and care professionals, people who are going to use your innovations. Take Google Glass, for instance. Great idea, brilliant technology. But people didn't like the looks of it. Back to the drawing board. Google is now talking to Ray-Ban and Oakley. We want to help you to move forward, to support you in taking your business to the next level. So it is with great pleasure I can tell you we have made it available 20 million euros for the next 4 years for that exact goal. The program is called Fast Track eHealth. Think of it as a highway to help you find investors or to gain access to international markets, to help you remove the obstacles you encounter. Maybe even to close a deal with investors, insurers, or care professionals to adopt your products. It is a public-private partnership including partners like banks, investors, insurers, innovation networks, and so on. A partnership in close cooperation with Startup Delta 2020. You will hear from its new envoy, His Royal Highness Prince Constantijn van Oranje, in a plenary interview in the afternoon. The Fast Track eHealth program will start in October. You will have to let us know about your specific obstacles, enabling us to tailor support. First chance to do so is today. You will meet people from the ministry, as well as investors and other entrepreneurs. You can take part in the Scale-up bootcamp, learn more about the community for healthcare innovators that is being launched, and find out about the Scale-up guide that is available. A full and inspiring schedule. To finish, ladies and gentlemen, you are the smart ones. You are the creative ones. You are the ones with the ability to go off the beaten track. It's people like you who can ignite the future of healthcare. And it's not easy. Don't give up. Let's solve the puzzle together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Wizards of Innovation, that's well put. And this morning in the plenary session, it's going to be an active day, as Mrs. Schipper said, but with a boot camp, workshops, lots of people to meet. But these first 1.5 hours will be relaxed. You can just sit down and listen. And if you want to ask any questions, you can probably use the system. Let's see how that works when we've had our first contributor in the morning program. And those are three really passionate innovators who work together, work with patients, try new things, and are successful in their way of working. Let me announce our first speaker, but first on the board was the, I'd like to mention the Scale-up guide that Mrs. Schipper spoke about. The Scale-up guide is available at the stand of Zon MW in the multipurpose room where you probably had a nice cup of coffee earlier. So our first speaker here is Annemiek Vroom. And Annemiek, because you might take a little time to get on stage, I would like to invite you now while I'll introduce you. Annemiek is a medical sociologist, and she's always been very active in improving patient care, and now she's working on innovations from a patient's perspective. She's the founder of the Stichting Icone, the foundation Icone, and there she brings together patients, innovators, healthcare people to innovate and make healthcare better from a patient's point of view. And she thinks that is the way to go, and no innovation should be worked at without the patient's perspective. And why that is so, she will tell you herself. Annemiek Vroom.
I'm honored to be invited here today. The Patients Included movement really works out well and relates to what I would like to tell you about. My name is Annemiek Vroom. I'm a medical sociologist, patient expert, and founder of the Icone Foundation. A lady with patient expertise on the stage. Sometimes people get a little bit nervous when the patient steps into the arena. What is he going to tell? Perhaps he is going to whine about the Dutch healthcare system. Luckily, I'm here in a startup environment with fresh minds like you. So be ready for a dose of experience. Well, 50 years ago, this wouldn't have been possible. As a patient, you were released from obligation to surrender to what was available. People like me were not even visible in the society. For people with disabilities, this often meant living in the woods. Today, this principle has changed. It is the intention that the patient manages his own well-being as much as possible. Not long from now, the patient will have his hospital with him on his mobile phone. This example represents a major transition, and it's not just a technological transition. This change will also require a social transition from people, from patients, their relatives, formal caregivers, etc. There are a lot of opportunities in this technological revolution. We experience it as progress, but how do we ensure that this progress supports a dignified life? How can this transition be one in which technology is also related to warm care and supporting quality of life? I believe that it is possible when we develop together with the patient. I would like to explain why. I'm a huge fan of Daan Rozengaarde. He was asked to make a street lamp more sustainable. He told, when we make a street lamp sustainable, we erect a solar collector. But we really should go back to the question of why that street lamp is there in the first place. The answer is because we need light on the path. A cycle path is not only functional, this is an illuminated cycle path. It is beautiful. It gives beauty to our world. He got this insight by defining the real problem. So how do we find the why behind healthcare problems? I'm sure we need real-life experiences to find out the why. The philosopher and writer Albert Camus, he said, you cannot create experience, you must undergo it. I really do not want you all to become a chronic patient to create the best innovations. I do believe you can co-create. I believe that patients are the engine of dignified innovation. That's why I started the Icone Foundation. We promote and facilitate collaborations between patients and the healthcare sector. We hope to inspire by sharing insights, as we are doing here today. We give advice by developing patient journeys, qualitative research, and by organizing focus group meetings. And last but not least, we co-create health innovation ourselves. Let me explain a little bit more about my life as a patient. I had been born with a congenital genetic and rare condition of osteogenesis imperfecta, a connective tissue illness that means, amongst other things, that your bones are as brittle as glass. To put this in context, people with OI can fracture a rib just by sneezing. I've already had 70 fractures. This is an account of my use of care in my life. It's just a guess, a small insight in the enormous amount of given care in a multitude of different domains. This is about diagnostics, care, cure, and authorities. Next to my list there's a list of what cost me also a lot of time. Not only about the physical constraints. This is about sitting in the waiting room or in a traffic jam. Also my parents waiting and waiting, recording leave, all those days absent from work, 3 other children for whom a place had to be found. Can you imagine, I still receive for about 30 envelopes a month. The storage closet in my room collapsed one day, 25 folders, and I'm not exaggerating, full of administration fell down on me. I was surrounded by letters about my home care, employee insurance agency, indication, new laws and old insights. My health administration closet showed wood tiredness, and I think that's a strong symbol of the urgent need of digitalization. This is my eHealth use. 10 emails, 5 WhatsApps, and those are the unsecured connections. 1 secure, a consultation with my general practitioner. I waited 3 days for a reply. I still cannot use a digital file. My hospital won't provide teleconsultation. I cannot monitor what is happening at the aid supplier. I've got to make 20 phone calls to find out where my new anti-decubitus mattress is, in an era where I can track my DHL package by minute. I've got to wait weeks and pay 20 euros to take a DVD with my x-rays to another hospital. My pharmacy list is still not available online. I still tell the doctors at the emergency room about my medication allergies. eHealth could have spared me some medical mistakes. eHealth can make my life easier. And I'm not the only one with this opinion. Meet a part of my patient expertise team. This is the patient expertise team of ICON. People like me who can hardly make any use of eHealth. Some people can already use their digital hospital file. Some people have already started using apps like a diet app. But come on, is that what it's all about? Minister Schippers formulated an ambitious task. In 2019, 80% of chronically ill should have access to their medical files. 75% will be able to conduct self-measurements combined with remote monitoring. And everybody can meet their healthcare professional 24 hours a day if desired. I'm really looking forward to this. These ambitions give me hope. I believe we can reduce my list by 50%. This is about care given. This is not about care needed. For example, a lot of x-rays I've received have not been necessary. If the emergency doctor I visited after fracturing a bone on a holiday could have looked into my file, it could have spared me 4 x-rays. If an interoperable digital file was available from birth, we could have probably halved the number of x-rays, CT scans and MRIs. Don't just think about the financial cost that would save. Think about all the radiation my body could have been spared. And this is not just one example. eHealth can upgrade quality of life and downgrade costs, financial costs, as the burden of inefficiency. It costs me so much energy. And that brings us to the question, how can we get your innovations into my life and the life of fellow patients? Perhaps this question is too difficult for me to answer. I don't know why eHealth is uninsured, unused and unfit. But I do know 2 things. Patients can't wait to use your innovations in their lives, and they really want to help you designing and scaling things up. Let's give me an example. There are days I'm not feeling okay. I've got an informal and formal caregiver in my area, which can help whenever needed. But there are also days when I feel quite good. For those days, I need an alarm system. I've got such an alarm system at home. Quite charming, isn't it? To be honest, I feel awful with this button on my arm. Not only because the design really doesn't suit the design of my dress and makes me feel like a grandma, where, concerning the skin on the picture, this button is obviously made for. For me, it is even more about being able to live a flexible, interesting and dynamic life. A life that is not all the time in the neighborhood of the cupboard where the alarm base station has been put in. With this system, I need to stay in the house. Well, that is not really who I am. Just an example, I do work. It sounds ridiculous to tell you this, but still a lot of people are very surprised when I tell them that I work. And thus, I need an aid meeting my desires as a working, active person. So perhaps you can imagine I was looking for a more suitable alarm solution on Google. The result of my search. Where to start? I jumped over to the knowledge of the crowd, Facebook. Some friends of mine are influencers in this field. Maarten de Braber, Lucien Engelen, Robert Houtenbos, all people with very good suggestions. I checked out their suggestions, jumped in the search engine again. Wonderful equipment. But I discovered that most of these alarm innovations are designed for older people or people with dementia. For example, I don't want my informal caregivers to be able to track me by GPS 24/7. I don't want my parents to check out where I am at nighttime. I'm not a schooler. It feels so dependent. I want my caregivers just to know where I am after I push the button. That's what self-management is all about. So, back to Facebook. All of a sudden, there was a wonderful reply from my sister, full of ideas. Not about my desires for this alarm innovation, it was all about her desires as an informal caregiver. She lives very close to me and is the first person to contact in case of emergency. She wants codes, green, orange and red. She writes, I always take my phone with me because I'm anxious something will happen to you. I want to react right away. Current situation with the old-fashioned alarm button and the mobile phone gives me a restless feeling all the time, and this is not necessary. When I'm at work or busy with my children, I cannot always react on the phone directly. I want an app, just a simple contact between you and me. With a green light, that means just call me, I need some help today. With an orange light, can call me, I need help in an hour. And with a red light, SOS, this is urgent. In my case, I fractured a bone. I was so touched by her reaction, touched by her feelings of dependency in the relationship with me as a handicapped sister, and inspired by her solution. I love being proactive. I tagged Robin Hoyer. He's project manager of Dutch Hacking Health. I thought, this is something for a hackathon. Robin tagged my sister. Can you come and pitch this weekend on Hacking Health? Eva Eickhout, one of our patient expertise team members, born with a mutation causing severe limitation of her limbs, replied right away, give this to me. Unfortunately, my sister was not able to pitch, but perhaps one of you can start co-creating together with us. That's what it's all about designing together. Eva's reaction is very interesting. First of all, this could be the way for scaling up your innovation. Please use the needs, the desires, and the huge network of patients when you want to scale up your product. We know each other very good, and good news travels fast. Patient organizations have huge numbers of members willing to use your innovation. Please make contact with these organizations and then look where you can cooperate. Second,
Eva and I have totally different handicaps. Clearly, my sister's idea of a very simple alarm app is exactly what Eva is looking for. So don't focus on one disease or one handicap. Perhaps there are a lot of more patient groups which can use your innovation. And do not forget the rare diseases. Sometimes rare diseases sound as a small and thus very uninteresting market. You should know that there are 7,000 different rare diseases. In the Netherlands, 1 million people have a rare disease. I've got a rare disease, be rare included. Back to Eva's comment. The third and interesting notion she is making, give this to me. Give this to me. This is about who is paying. At this moment, my insurance company has a deal for the old-fashioned alarm button. Every month they pay for about 40 euros rent and connection cost for this system. I cannot choose a different system. I cannot manage that. Care isn't a market yet. I cannot use the 40 euros for some innovation that suits me. My insurance company doesn't provide people with chronic illness some kind of personal eHealth budget. Hey, this could be a great idea to start experimenting. My Icon patient expertise team is eager to start a pilot. So insurance companies, you are invited. Seriously, we should think about how patients can afford your product. We experience a lot of extra costs in our life. I do not think all eHealth innovations will be bought on the consumer market, just because the money is not always in this population. And please, let us stay solidary. Build innovations smart and make it interoperable with consumer products. Build innovations cheap. And please, keep in communication with our government and insurance companies about how we could financially make eHealth happen. Let's work together on this. Patients can show how eHealth can make their lives and care efficient. You have to remind my x-rays, the cost and the radiation. Let's halve the cost, let's double quality of life. Patients are the engine of dignified innovation, and the Icon Foundation loves to offer a new perspective on healthcare. So, start connecting, start listening. Remember Daan's way of innovating, make it beautiful, because sickness is ugly enough. And most of all, don't lose hope in the process from startup to scale up, because in a gentle way, you can shake the world. Thank you very much.
Dankjewel. Thank you, Annemiek. Is it okay if people can ask you a question?
Yes, it's okay.
Maybe some first enthusiast startup people want to join you in one of your initiatives. And we say goodbye to Edith Schippers. Bye-bye. Ja, heeft u een vraag voor Annemiek? Ja, je zou daar even op dat knopje mogen drukken. En dan gaat het aan je microfoon volgens mij werken. Ja.
Dag Annemiek. Ik heb een vraag. Wij zijn druk bezig in Nederland met self-management verder te implementeren voor chronisch zieken. En dat met name gericht op COPD, diabetes en hart- en vaatproblematiek. Maar jij geeft aan, ja, soms moet je niet kijken naar één ziekte, maar je moet breder kijken dan dat. Zie je het ook, kunnen we dit soort werelden makkelijker verbinden, zeg maar? Dus de verschillende ziektes. Daar ben ik een beetje op zoek naar, want we zijn nu heel erg gericht op deze chronische ziekten. Maar wellicht zijn er wel meer mogelijkheden.
Klopt. Mag ik in het Nederlands antwoorden?
Well, I just got a little notification. So could we do this in English, please?
Okay.
But then I should be repeating the
Shall
question.
I repeat it?
Well, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Annemiek, for your inspiring story. Now I'm going to ask a completely different question. We are very active right now in implementing self-management in the Netherlands for the chronically ill diseases like COPD, diabetes, and also vascular diseases. We're very focused on that, but you mentioned that there's, in fact, the focus on solutions should not be on one or three one or two or three diseases, but broader than that, wider than that. You have experience with that. Can you maybe explain a little bit about that? Thank you.
Well, I'm a mentor at Rockstart, and when I coach the teams, I discovered that a lot of their innovations were, for example, designed for diabetes. And I said, oh, wow, this is interesting for other people as well. They have also a medication which is getting warm. I said, this is also interesting for my veterinarian, because my dog has Addison's disease and he has got the medication too. So I think we really should let people with patient experience talk with the designers, and then you can see it's also possible to use that innovation in another group. Like also there was an instrument for doing research in third world situation, like in Africa, and it was because of very small populations which were very difficult to get in touch with. And I said, whoa, this is very interesting for the rare diseases, because we've got very small population of one disease in our country, and we should connect all the rare diseases in the world. And that application for Africa was also very interesting for rare diseases. So but you discover it when you have the experience yourself. So please go with your innovation to patient groups, and then let's look if we can scale it up.
In what way have you already included patients in your design or your business model?
Well, we've included many patients right now, and this is a nationwide effort which we are conducting right now. So we included many patients, but the point is that that's why you opened my eyes a little bit. We are very much focused on patients with diabetes,
yes,
COPD, and vascular diseases. And maybe we should look a little bit wider, to see how the world is outside there. Thank you very much.
I agree.
And don't forget the dogs. You never
Good
know.
idea.
You never know.
Or
you
cows.
never know. Many dogs, lots of money in the dog world. Good. Maybe some other question. Yes, I've seen you too, please.
Well, considering the dogs mentioned, if you want to know about service in healthcare, you should go to the world of the veterinarians.
I agree.
They do a lot of work in servicing people,
Yes.
And dogs.
Yeah. And they do it in a better way, you think, than the healthcare for people.
I always tell my veterinarian, I dream you will be my general practitioner.
And why do you think it is that
He really
why do they do better than the
hospitals? He's got the
hospitals?
attitude, he has got the time. And then he says, hi, how are you doing? How's the dog doing? He's so nice, blah, 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 blah. Just the intro talk. And I see that in hospitals too. There's a lot of difference between doctors' attitudes. And it's just about the starting question. And my veterinarian is very good at that. Yes.
And is there any explanation possible why they've moved ahead further and faster than the human healthcare?
Perhaps they didn't move faster. They're still the same.
Good. Maybe you have an...
They have a pin machine on the counter when you go out.
Yeah. It's a good thing. Thank you. There was another question in the back of the room.
Hi, my name is Sandra Michielsen from the Health and Wellbeing Innovation Center in Almere. I was just triggered by your comment about the alarm system, that there's so many opportunities apparently, but apparently so few that are reimbursed, that there's no choice in the end for you. And that seems to be very much a question then with the insurers, or, I mean, like we are here all talking about scaling up, because there are so many inventions and technical solutions already there, but it seems to be really to stop then at the implementation. And are you then also talking to insurers with your ICON?
I've been on a study trip with them last week for 3 days, and I talked about this kind of problems too with them, and they agree that it's still very difficult to choose as a patient what kind of innovation works for you. So I hope we will develop in this conversation with the insurance companies.
Okay, I wish
and we
you
will get there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Solutions
They
are
really
there.
need to understand what the problem is. So I really opened their eyes. They're not aware of the real needs of patients. So also in insurance companies, there's a process going of talking with patients and turning up the system.
Yeah. Yeah, to me it already also seems really a question of the connection in the background. That's an issue here. Because everybody is putting together suitcases with all kinds of eHealth solutions, but then
Yes.
it gets difficult.
But please, they're not so. Sometimes we think it's a very huge, difficult organization, an insurance company. But just when you're startuppers, just phone them and ask them if you can have a conversation. I just use Twitter. And then I say, hi, do you want to follow me? Can I send you a direct message? And then you're in some people you want to speak.
You are an innovator in your mission to include patients in innovation and healthcare. How are you doing? Have you invaded 50% or 20%, or how far are you in this mission?
We just started. Our organization, we started in 2014, and I'm very enthusiastic about that. I'm here today.
Yeah,
it's just 1.5 years after we started, and already we've got such a platform. So I think that's really also a sign for the patient inclusive movement.
Yeah.
And
the world is ready for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very ready.
Good to know. Thank you. Any more questions? Yes, please.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm a patient too. We know each other a little. How are we going to make the distance between this kind of startups and the government and patients smaller? Because I'm feeling the distance is so big between patients and how we can help startups and the government to listen to our experience.
Well, I would like to invite you in our patient expertise team, so you can be part of our team and we can go to startups together. Perhaps that's an idea.
I think it's a big jump in closeness you can make now.
Yes.
Well done. That's that easy. Okay, well, we'll leave it at that for now.
Yes.
Maybe you would stay over there and then the other speakers can join you and maybe you'll have a good discussion at the end. Yeah, thanks. Annemiek Vroom, thank you very much. Okay, so our next speaker also includes the patients in the development of lots of aids, and he works as he says, an innovation alchemist. Well, that is something for you to explain what an innovation alchemist does. But he works at CISA, formerly known as Het Dorp, the place where everybody with something disabled was living in the woods, as you mentioned. But now this is a very modern organization aiming at giving people all the help and the aids they need to maintain living independently, happily and healthy. And they've made a lab in their own organization to give innovations a chance, and how that works and why that is so successful and what successes are being had is being told to you by the innovation alchemist himself, Mr. Jorrit Ebben.
Thank you. You have to click. Thanks. Yeah, well, I'll get to the innovation alchemist later. I wanted to start with a Dutch saying that translates good into English. It normally is about seeing is believing. But in the end, it takes something else, and that's what you all did. So my congratulations to you all. Because in the end, you have to believe something very hard, and if you work very hard for it, then in the end, you will see it happen. And that's what being a startup is all about. So congratulations with that. Last week, or 2 weeks ago, there was our Future Health Congress in Nijmegen. And there, Joep de Groot, C-Business unit of CZ, the insurance company, he said something about doing a startup in healthcare is not about selling books. And I choose to take this analogy a bit further, because there are some letters in books, and when somebody, Mr. A, has an idea, then usually he finds partner B to do the next session and to do the innovation. And after that, they probably find an investor, and then you are a startup, and that you have Mr. C, so it is going to work, yeah. But that's not the healthcare system, because the payer, in the end, is somebody else. And the healthcare organization is also somebody else. So you need healthcare organization X, and you need insurance company or Ministry of Health, and I choose to take the Z, and then you're missing one letter. And that one letter is usually what the patients ask in the end when you bring the innovation. Why? Because a lot of innovations are just done because it seems a good idea. But it's all about bringing the patient in at an early stage to make sure that the why at the end is the first question that is asked. To make sure that the innovation in the end suits the purpose. And now back to my innovation, being an innovation alchemist. I'm a pharmacist by education. And back in the old days, pharmacists were called alchemists. And I worked at GlaxoSmithKline for a long period, for 10 years. And I did a lot of clinical research, so patient research for medication. But in the end, and I'm sorry, this is only in Dutch, but I'll translate. In 2011, I created my first app. And at that time, you still could count apps in the App Store. And we did this. This is for people with epilepsy. We developed it with nurses, doctors, and patients together. And we created for them a little dossier on their mobile phone. Because the neurologist said, when a patient comes to me, I ask him, did you have more or less epilepsy attacks in the last 3 months? And the answer was yes. Yes, I did have more or less attacks. They didn't know. So we created for them a dossier on their phone which they could allow others, because they owned that stuff, they could allow their parents, their doctors at school access to that dossier to make sure that they could help them take care of their own disease. And it was slightly successful. We had about 2,000 users in the first year, and then it stopped. Nowadays, we would have been a startup, but we choose to do it within GlaxoSmithKline with the Dutch Epilepsy Foundation. And in the end, it didn't go as good as I thought it should go. Because it was difficult for doctors, it was difficult for patients to get that extra mile, to make sure that everybody, because we have 100,000 people with epilepsy in the Netherlands, would use it. And then I decided I have to do something else. So I switched to CISA, and I'll come back to what CISA is about. I also work at CZ, so I can answer some questions about what healthcare insurers do. At CZ, I'm chairman of the board of members, so all insurer people at CZ are represented by our team to make sure that the healthcare insurer does more about the voice of the patient. And I'm also a mentor at Rockstart. But back to CISA. Het dorp is for the Dutch people that are over 38, probably well known about Mies Bouwman. And she did an innovation in the 50s. In the 60s, she had the first telethon of 24 hours to crowdfund Het Dorp. And Het Dorp is a big location where at that time over 500 people could live their own lives, although they had a handicap. And this was you should look up the movie on YouTube, because this was an analog crowdfunding session. And this is quite funny, because you see people coming in by thousands into one of the biggest centers in the Netherlands to bring money, to bring guilders, to bring a check. It's completely different. In the middle, you see a wheelchair. And I brought this picture because a lot of people think technology is something new, something we start working on today. But the electronic wheelchair has been there forever. And for the people, the care professionals, I always use this picture to tell them that technology isn't that scary. And we always do it. We do it for a long time already. and that makes it easier for them. And on the right side, you see the paswoning, and it's a model home we built back in 2012, before I came to CISA. And that model home was built due to celebrate the 50 years of development at CISA. And what we did is we designed it together with patients, and we put in all the technology we could find to help them to live their own life with our help, instead of the other way around. And it's a different approach that CISA is now taking over the last 5 to 10 years that makes a world of difference, because the technology has always been there. It is associated with health, and it is getting closer and closer. But what we are working towards is to make sure that in the end, technology is at the heart of healthcare. So what we do at CISA is we first ask people what they want to accomplish in their lives, then see how technology can help them accomplish it, and afterwards, when there's still some help needed, then we look at hands. It's completely different also for the people, for our care professionals, because it's a completely different approach for them. And we learned a lot at the paswoning. We did a lot of errors, we did a lot of good stuff, and I'm showing those two pictures. So on the left side, you see a kitchen, and the kitchen has been in the top 100 innovation in 2013, I think. It can rotate, and a lot of you will think, why? But imagine while sitting in a wheelchair and you have a kitchen that's 7 meters, then you have to start over here, put the pan on your wheelchair, right back, go this way, put the pan while it's cooking and boiling water. But this one can rotate, so the pan can come to you, or the furnace. But we forgot some things, because we made it quite, I don't know whether it's good enough to see, where you can see it very well in this picture, but it has a very nice, flat top. We forgot to create a slight slope upwards, because when I spill some water in my kitchen, I just do a step back, and the water spills on the ground. But when you're in a wheelchair, it's on your lap. So at first, we sometimes forgot to bring in the patient. And the other one is, you can see an open door with Tom. Tom was on my team for a long time. And I wanted him to go into that home himself. And we needed 11 companies together to make sure that he, without my help, he could only move his hands like this, could open the door. 11 companies. They all did a small part, a small startup, a small innovation, but together we needed them to open the door for us. This video, it's in Dutch, so I'm going to translate a bit. It's about an app, the GoOV, and you can see some stuff he's doing. This boy has autism and a traumatic brain injury. And he was in a taxi every single day. And his parents have to kick him out of his bed in the morning to go to school, but in a taxi, because he didn't want to go in a taxi. And we created an app for him to help him along the way to travel on his own by public transport. So there's instructions on how to take his OV chip, that's the Dutch card you need. While he's in the bus, he gets an alarm to push the button in the bus to get out at the next bus stop. And when the bus has a delay, he gets an alarm that he has to look for another bus at the next bus stop. And his parents, I also showed them a very short part, they were part of our innovation group. We had them come back during the sessions 6 or 7 times to make sure that we knew what the parents were needing for their son as well. And what it brought for him is that instead of having to go by taxi, 1,200 euros a month, he could go by public transport, 500 euros a month, because the app has a very complex way of thinking. but he stood up on his own. He got out of bed on his own because he liked being at the bus stop, seeing people. Participation in society because he wanted to, not because we told him to. But it was a long way we had to go, and that's what I specifically wanted to talk to you about. While testing that app, we didn't look at CISA on our own. So we had one target audience, that was the boy. We wanted 3 months of travel to learn about the app in a fast and good way. And we had 4 intermediate consultations with parents and users to make sure that we have all their input to keep progressing on the app. But we didn't do it at the CISA, we did it at 6 different care organizations, which we managed to make sure that we could do a rapid cycle. And in the end, we had 80 people traveling in 3 months with a great result for the app, because we now were almost to market ready with what patients needed, with care organizations that knew what it was all about. What we didn't do at this point was including municipalities as well. So we now have an issue with, they give you a license to go with the taxi, and then we ask them, give them a license to go with public transport on normal days, and when they have a bad day on taxi, and they say, no, it's taxi or nothing. Yeah, would we have the cheaper solution? Yeah, but it's taxi or nothing. So that's where we forgot to bring in the municipalities on an early scale. The other example I wanted to give you is about video care. And this was all about patient goals, not about technology. So what we did is, and I'm still quite proud about it, we said, okay, we're going to do it the Dutch way, the pragmatic way, and we do it fast. And I said, we're going to do 1,000 in a year. And everybody said, it's not possible. I said, well, if we look at what the patient wants, what he needs, so this woman, she needed some help with her agenda. We're now working with her to do the agenda on the iPad, so we can look on the other side, but that's in small steps, because first her change was not having twice a week somebody to look in your agenda on Thursday and Monday, but every morning for 3 minutes, what's your agenda for today? She has troubles with scheduling her whole day. And what we did, we told every single care professional at CISA, find a goal with your patient that he or she wants to accomplish in the next 3 months, and find a way how to include video care in this. And in that way, we did 600 in 3 months. We are the only care organization in the Netherlands with disabled people that has more than 50 people on video care. We now are over 1,000, but it's the other way of working, and that's what we do at CISA. So what we did is the normal ideation, incubation, commercialization, and I took the difficult one from pharmaceutical business. And you can see here in the middle, these 3 phases are about increasing on the number of patients you include in your testing. But when you do that in a very early stage already, then you get a lot of input from patients in your early development, like we did at the GoAway app. So that's why late last year we founded the Field Lab Disability Care. And we did it together with Philadelphia and Sierra Leone, which are the 2 largest disability care organizations in the Netherlands. So we can look at a population of 20,000 people. And like Annemieke just showed with the alarms, what we are doing is testing, for instance, 10 or 15 different kind of alarm buttons, because every single patient has other needs and a lot of technology, because there's a lot of technology, but it's difficult for the care professional to see which is good enough for their patients. So we're helping care professionals and patients making the right choices. And we help startups and scale-ups to create a good research protocol to make sure that when you are working with 6 different care organizations, or in this case 3, it's one protocol. So one set of data for you instead of 6 different sets of data, which is more difficult to make good conclusions about. But when we created the field lab, we said we have to go one step further. What we have to do is to make sure that all stakeholders, so the user or patient, the researchers, the corporates and startups, the investors, the care professionals and the payers, are all linked together in one innovation center to make sure that from day one, we know what the different stakeholders want. And we had the big launch on May 9th, and I'm very proud that we have succeeded in bringing them together. And the next years will be about creating results with that, because we have to interlink them and to make sure that from day one, they look at it together. So we build upon an intensive and patient-included program, and not only because researchers have normally a 4-year or 6-year scope, and startups have a 4-hour or 6-hour scope, because then they have to have results. So it's very difficult to bring that together, but that's what we are going to do. And this is the place where we're going to do. So that's what you see is the building we will have early next year, with a public innovation center. So everybody can walk in. So as a startup, when you are there, you get user experience, whether you like it or not. And this one, it's a bit different, but it's going to be, in the end, in that innovation center, because it's not about eHealth only, it's also about robotics and about patient experience and patient users. So next Saturday, we're going to launch the Freestyle RoboPark. You see 2 guys here, Robert and Matthijs, and they both have Duchenne's disease, and they can only do this with their hand, so they have a robot arm. And they're going to create a center where people with a robot arm can learn from each other, where we have invited technicians to learn from the patient what the robot arm can do and what the patient will need from the robot arm. But we're also going to create with Eindhoven together an innovation and research program. And the companies will be there as well. So about robot arms, we're going to do the same thing, and that's going to start already next Saturday. And in the end, it brings me back to seeing is believing, because we believe that this is what the next era will bring. But for all of you guys, it's seeing startups scale up, it's believing that innovation is with patients. Thank you.
Dankjewel. Thank you, Jorrit. Well, are there any questions?
Yeah, I have a tricky one for you.
A tricky one. We love tricky questions.
Yeah. So you said it was 1,200 euros per month for traveling by taxi.
Yeah.
And now you brought it down to 500.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that including your fee or pure the bus fee?
It's the bus fee and the app.
Okay. And what's the mileage between the house and the end location?
The mileage?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
so my question is like this. Did you check Uber how much it would cost, and is it the progress that this patient feels that he's on doing his own life, not the same as other people ordering an Uber instead of going to the bus? So I know that.
In the end, I think Uber will be a solution for some of these people as well. But at this point, they still need a lot of help to get traveling as well. So the 500 euros at the startup of training is that they will have a coach for the first month to help them coping with all the people they come about when they travel, and to make sure that they have a back office, so they have an emergency button on their phone, because they can panic along the way. And then we have a call center as well to make sure that for the parents, they have a safe feeling that their boy is always having somebody to catch him whenever he's going afraid or in panic during traveling.
Yeah, and did you measure the problem the patient felt not being able to have his own life because he was taking a cab every day? Does he feel now more comfortable and having?
Yeah, that's what I tell, because in the beginning he didn't want to get up himself, okay. And now he's traveling by his own, He's even expanding his horizon because he's also using this app to travel to his uncle in another village. So, and in the end, so I'm very glad with your question, this boy is not using the app anymore for the travel I showed you in the video. Because we found out, and everybody found out, he has a learning curve, which they forgot about.
The app or the boy?
The boy. The boy. So he doesn't need the app anymore to do the traveling to school. And he uses it for other instances. And we even have some travelers that have used this app for 3 to 6 months and then stopped using it. And at first we thought, what did he do wrong? But in the end we found out that they only needed this app to get trained in traveling. So now they can just use only the OV chip card and do traveling on their own.
Oh, that's really great. I've got some
You're convinced? You are convinced now?
No, yeah, in my private situation, I've got a sister to take care of. She's with Philadelphia, and we saw this problem. So my backup is always giving her my Uber account.
Yeah.
And that works. So I would try it, but it's also a question of how much it will cost, right?
Yeah.
So thanks. Great product. Thank you.
Thanks.
Great question. The thing is also that do you tend to find your solutions in technical solutions, while maybe there are simple existing solutions that would solve the same problem?
No, we have a strong do not make unless you know it's not there.
Yeah.
So we first look at the solutions that are there already, and if that solutions are not fitted for purpose, then we look at whether we have to create something on our own.
Yeah. Do you two work together?
We work together in preparing the program, the patients included program for the eHealth week.
Yeah.
Yes.
But not your...
No, not yet. Not yet.
Yeah.
But we will build on that this year.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to react on this, if it's possible.
Yeah,
like the Uber suggestion, I think for me that's also always a little bit scary moment when such ideas come up, because I understand it's a very nice idea, and I understand the need for the most efficient and affordable opportunity, but life isn't that, as you know probably, life isn't that easy. And like getting a cab, you've got to wait for 20 minutes, 30 minutes when you're sitting in a wheelchair. The whole system is very difficult. And then people come up with all smart ideas, and then you think, whoa, but my life is so more difficult than that solutions, because there's so much independency when you're using care and all the relationships around you to make possible for you to work or to participate. So then I think it's again very interesting to work together with patients, because they really know what experiences they have and what dependencies there are. And I think sometimes the benefits of feeling free, like traveling with a bus, and when it costs a little bit more, it's very good for your quality of life. And the quality of life, it saves a psychiatrist. So.
Well, there's the business model beyond that. Very good. And also the learning curve is an interesting aspect, I think. Any other questions for Jorrit about his work at CISA? Well, Jorrit, I guess you can sit down.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for your contribution this morning. There's one more speaker to go, and that's Joris Molenaar. And Joris, he's done it before. Oh, there he is. He was a little bit late, so we haven't met before yet. Good to see you. He's done it before. He found the key for success in growing from startup to a strong company. But he had to go through the cycle a few times in order to really get it. And now he's launched Carify. That's a platform for online care where health professionals and their clients can meet and find treatments. And the company's doing really well because they've been growing from 7 to 33 people.
40 already.
40 already. Well, you know, I'm not even updated on this kind of growth. So I think that's in this branch is very special. So please, give us all your secrets.
All right.
Joris Molenaar.
Well, thanks so much for this introduction. As always, when you start a pitch, you have to start with what's your mission. So today, I have to tell you my mission before I tell you my story. My mission with my company is we want to improve the way you give mental health care to patients. And what we're trying to do is put a sort of digital layer on a normal therapy session. And by doing that, you enable psychologists and physicians to work online and also work face-to-face. And we call that blended care. And I started with that concept in 2007 with my partner, Frank Rijveld. And at that time, we were laughed at. And everybody thought it was a crazy idea that you could change mental health care by combining online and face-to-face care. And now we're sitting here together and thinking digital health. That was so much different in that day. It was a really small group working on it. I see a few faces from that area as well here in the audience. And things have changed. And I think that's also part to the Dutch government because they put eHealth on the agenda. And that made a whole lot of difference. And what do you get nowadays? If you go to the Jelinek Clinic for addiction, for instance, here in Amsterdam, you sign up online, and before you see your psychologist within a couple of weeks, you have to wait 6 weeks before you have your first meeting. What we do is we start online straight away, and you see even a video of the psychologist you're going to meet in the next 6 weeks. And that enables you to already prepare for treatment, take a few steps, and do a few measurements. And from that point on, you get into treatment. And then you have to know what kind of patient is your patient. Because somebody who is really able to do a lot of things at home, he can do more online. But you also have patients who need more support and care. And those patients will be put more face-to-face and given a little bit of online care. And by doing that, you create a sort of way of working. That's the way you're going to treat patients from now on. And that made a whole different ballgame in being an eHealth provider and for us as well in scaling. Because when mental health care, blended mental health care became part of the treatment process, we started scaling, and that made a difference. So now we supply for mainly about 40% of the Dutch market. We supply to 7 of the largest mental health care hospitals. And if you look at the growth of these hospitals, they grow on a monthly basis around 9% for some of our customers. And what we can do now is we can see the data, we can see what's happening, and based on that we can help predict behavior and change behavior more proactively. But that's enough about where we started, because somewhere I started as an entrepreneur, and today we're here for the Scale-up Day, so where does it all start? And for me it started at this paint shop. That's actually I'm the third generation of my family, and my parents had a paint shop. That's where I grew up. There was as a little boy, I was lying back between the paint cans and was cared for. The funny thing is that at that parking lot, there was a woman who came to me. She owns the business center in Nieuwegein, and I was carrying paint into her car. And what we did is, my parents always learned me that it doesn't matter who is your customer, but you always need to make sure he gets the right product. So we were selling quality paints, and you have different pay grades for paint. Some are more expensive, some are a little bit less. And they always learned me, you have to adjust to the person. So you can sell somebody a paint can for 90 euros, but you can, if he doesn't need it or cannot pay it, you could maybe supply a better paint can for 60 euros, and that would fit as well. And that was how I grew up. And at that parking lot, that woman said to me, Joris, what are you doing in your life? You're still young. I was 25, 26. And she said to me, I was telling her about, yeah, I'm going to take over this paint shop of my parents. And I also have a little side project, and it's called something like eHealth. Now that gives you an idea where I was. And she said to me, Joris, you're so young. You know you have a good future here, and but what does your heart say? And that moment changed everything for me. That was the moment when I went home, and that same night, I couldn't sleep. Woke up the next morning, went to my parents, and said, sorry, I'm not going to take over this shop. I'm going to go for my dream. So I created a problem for my parents, so I had to sell the shop. I did. But it was really strange that just one single moment I think I spoke with a woman for 2 minutes. That changed my whole history. And now I'm here. So that's how a story of an entrepreneur can start. What happened next was a team on a mission, and I didn't know this was going to happen. I started in a basement with 2 people, and I was working there day and night. And I made a deal with my wife. I said, if I cannot earn a decent income within 24 months, I will stop and get a job. So that's the way we made a sort of pact and a deal. And on the 26th month, I was able to get a decent salary. And I didn't even expect that this would happen. Our team was growing and growing, and the first 3 years were really, really hard. I was working 7 days a week. I didn't sleep very much, and in daytime, I was going to hospitals. I was talking to hospitals. I was talking to patients. Could this work? Could this work out? And in the nighttime, I was programming the software. So to give you an idea how an entrepreneur in life can evolve, it's quite hard. And then we got a second customer and another customer. And then it sort of stopped about 10 customers. We had 10 large customers, which was already quite special. And we created a product called My Therapy. That was our first product. And what we did is you could do the same blended care, but you weren't able to, as a patient, take your data with you. And 3 years ago, there was also a breaking moment. I was flying with Dan, he's on the right side, to Berlin, and we're going to Health 2.0. It's really important to go to all these conferences and see what's happening around you. And we're saying to each other, it's great, My Therapy is growing, we're doing quite well, but this is not the future. The future needs to be where the patient holds the data and can share it with other providers. And we should actually create a digital world where you have providers who can create eHealth, and you should have patients who can visit the providers accordingly to their needs. And yeah, when we got back, that's actually where Carify started. And we said, okay, we're going to create our own competition. We're going to create a competitor of our first product. It's really scary to do, because you have revenue in your first product, and it generates the income which pays your people. But at that moment in time, we said, okay, this is not going to be the way. We're going to try it out. So we started small, with a few developers, trying it out, and slowly developing larger and larger. And now we even have rules in the company to say, okay, we do not hire more than 1 person a month or 2 persons a month, because it's too disruptive for your team. And the team we have built, you can see, it's a nice mix. A lot of young people, of course. All the men are programmers, all the women are psychologists or working in marketing. We do have now 1 female programmer, which is great. And on the other side, the team is doing a lot of things together, because we all are on the same mission. And that's the really special thing, I think, about what we build, is that everybody is thinking day in, day out about, for who are we doing this? It's about the patient, and it's about the psychologist who needs to do great work. And by doing that, we of course need to interact with customers. And that's really, really important, because there are a lot of great ideas, but it doesn't mean it will work in practice. So what we did is we sat down with our customers, with doctors, with patients, and started talking about, tell us how you're treating patients at the moment. How does that work? And then we started adding parts of the solution, instead of saying, hey, we've got a great solution. Use that, we'll learn you to do it, and that's how you're going to work. No, we said, how are you working, and how can we adapt to what you need? And that, of course, we needed a technical platform to do it, but that enabled them to work more in the ways they wanted to work. And it started out with a few companies and a few departments, and now we're doing all major DSM-4 disorders across the Netherlands. And it also has effect on the treatments themselves. So you see improved intake processes where you can do a digital intake. It will save you about 30 minutes in intake processes. You can do dropout reduction or relapse reduction. We even heard from 1 client who is doing eating disorders that after you have the treatment, then there's always a risk of relapse. So they did a relapse program where you have to go 7 times to your psychologist, and that would help you prevent the relapse. We did that digitally. We were able to bring it back to just 3 meetings. And based on these 3 meetings, we were able to reduce also the dropout of the relapse rate to 20%, and it was 40%. So even these small little effects help a lot, and you need them as well, because a lot of times the technology is put too much in the front. We're saying this technology will make everything better. That's bullshit. It doesn't work that way. The technology is an enabler to do better work. So you need to figure out, how can I make these people work better? And how can I make patients more happy and more active and change their behavior? And it's great that even our customers now are building their treatments themselves. We also reinvented ourselves. We had psychologists building treatments. We still do for customers who are really busy. But we also said to customers, hey, go and build them yourself. And you are the owner of the treatments, and you can sell them to others. And thus enabling them to be more democratic with our product. And so it started changing. And we had to introduce also eHealth in a low-cost way, because it's way too expensive for smaller and really small practices. So what we did actually was, by building a great technical platform, you can enable scalability. And a lot of entrepreneurs in the audience will know that if you build software the right way, you're able to scale in multi-language, you're able to scale within a country, and it will provide you with lesser cost to scale as a company. I think we were the first to say, hey, we're going to stop paying for patients. We're going to say pay per staff member per month, thus enabling more growth. Because first, with My Therapy, we charged per patient. It was €5 a month per patient. What happened is that every department was thinking about, hey, if I add another patient, it will cost me more money. And it didn't work out because people were thinking too much about money. Now we're saying, go and treat as many people as you like, and we provide the service. And that changed their growth as well. And to be able to grow is great. Our company is now growing exponentially, and that is something I wasn't prepared for. It's something that really is difficult, because I grew up in that paint shop, I grew into this company, and this company is accelerating. But there's nobody taking my hand and saying, this is how you do this. This is how you go along with this fast track. Because it's great if you have exponential user growth, but it also means you get more support tickets. It means more calls. And every time you fix a little thing in your company, another thing will also need to be fixed, because you're growing so rapidly. And it needs a flexible team. And I think that thanks to our team, we're able to do this, but it's hard work. It's really, really hard work. And it's a dream to do this and be able to do this, but it's quite difficult. And I remember days when I started this company, I was lying awake about, how I'm going to make the product. Is the product going to work? I need some revenue. And those things did some bootstrapping, of course. But if you look at the issues we're now having, is also, okay, we got so many people. Do they still think the same? Are they still aligned in our vision of the company? Are they still aligned with the patient or the purpose for what we're doing it? And to do that, we designed a flat organization. So we have just one management team of 4 people. It's with Daan and our CTO and Inky Teus. And what we do with them is we steer on a weekly basis the company and make sure that every team can work on its own. And of course, you need partners, because we got venture funded in 2014, January, by Holland Venture and Dolphin Capital. And they actually came across us. That was quite funny, because a lot of companies were pitching to them and saying, we need to work with these guys with yours. And so they started thinking, hey, why does everybody need to work with this company? And that was the moment they came to us and said, we want to help you go faster. So they provided for us growth capital. And we also work with banks now. And that's also something, as a young startup, you normally would not do. But also banks can be a partner in this, and as well as your customers, because you need to be very, very close to your customers. And I really believe that health tech should bridge the provider and the patient and the family. And you need to, if you're designing applications, it's great that you have the idea, but you, as the former speaker said as well, is you need to connect all the dots and to add daily value. And that brings me back to the paint shop. There I was trying to give the best paint to everybody who came in. And it sounds a little bit silly, but that is actually what matters in designing software. It matters who is using it, because these people need to be happy by using your product. And it doesn't matter if your idea is great, it needs to work on a daily basis in the right way. And that's quite difficult, but also very important. And yeah, of course, I need to give you some tips. I'm right on time. You need to work very hard at first. And one tip I would give to young entrepreneurs in healthcare, the general investment age for healthcare is 5 years to go break even. So remember that. You need to be prepared to work very hard for long years, and if you're lucky, you'll be break even in 5 years. And you'll be lucky if you made the 5 years. Why is that? That's because of all the people you need to connect. You need all these dots. And if I want to get a big hospital as a client, it will take me 18 months of sales time to get a customer. So if you want to get traction and be bigger, you need a lot of time. So remember that in spending and remember that in your goal setting. And for the rest, focus on your customer. And there's always a cost, because by doing this, I worked very, very hard. It means you cannot go to every party. It means you cannot do some things in the weekends. But if it's worthwhile for you to do it and it drives you, you can just go for the goal and see where it gets you. And be frank as well, because when you start with a great idea, but you do not see added value on a daily basis, be frank to yourself as well, because that is maybe a moment in time you should figure out, is this right, or should I reconfigure or think about my product? And no revenue means no growth. I hear a lot of people who are really passionate about healthcare and making a difference, which is very important. But you cannot run a company if you add no revenue growth. So you need to build revenue on a daily basis. And we work in a company with monthly recurring revenue, as we call it. It's key to bringing you to the next step. So remember that. And try to have a safe haven at home with great family and a team that will support you on your mission and your mission together. So that's my story.
Well, thank you for sharing your story. And I think you were quite optimistic when you said to your wife, 2 years break even, when you knew it was an average of 5.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's about setting goals. Any comments from this side of the stage on this story, Jorrit, Annemiek?
Well, I'm very enthusiastic about the work of Carify. A friend of mine, she's working for All of Me. It's a platform for 10 patient organizations, and they provide a coaching system for young people with severe illness, and it works very well. They have already 1,000 members, I think.
Yeah, more than 1,000.
And it's really, in a short time, 1,000 young people who can find each other through Carify. That's wonderful. Yes.
Also, Annemiek has been speaking about finding other groups of patients who a product would be suitable for. So now you're focusing on mental health care. Are you also thinking about using this platform and this way of thinking to physical health care or something totally else?
Yeah, that's actually something which is very tempting. What we try to do now is try to keep focus on being better in mental health. So we're trying to everyone who's working now is focused on delivering more value in mental health care, because we can do more in that area. We missed, for instance, the expertise on how you can work on different areas, because we only have psychologists in the company. So you probably could do it, but based on where we are at as a company, it would not be smart, because it would...
Yeah, you're doing well, you're growing, and your choice is to expand internationally. Yes. In this area of mental health care. Any other questions for Joris? Yes, please.
Joris, thank you very much. It was very interesting. Roel Lakmaker is my name. I'm particularly interested in your struggle with reimbursement, because you talk about clients and patients, but within healthcare, well, what we have seen in the second speaker, it's rather complex. So I'm really wondering, where did you get your money from, and how did you work that out?
Yeah, that's good. If you look at when we started in 2007, eHealth was not reimbursed for mental health care providers, so it was really, really difficult. So the only companies who signed up contracts with us were the companies who said, I believe in the future. I believe I can do things different. And actually those were the best clients to have, because they wanted to make a change, and that helped us to get to the next stage. Then, thanks to the Dutch government and the Dutch insurers, things started to change, because they started to reimburse eHealth for mental health care. And that made a difference, because then the companies who were not sure to take these steps were enabled to do it as well. And that helped us grow. And what we did is everything we earned was put into more persons in the company. So every time we earned something, we hired a new person, and that's how we grow organically. And at a certain point as a company, you come to a certain point and you cannot grow organically anymore. And that's where Holland Venture actually came by, and it was just the right time. And we were a bit scared to do it, but it actually helped us to take steps I wouldn't believe in doing. So be smart in which investment, of course, you take, because there are a lot of things on the market. But if you plan it right, it can really help you take the next steps. And so now we're working in Spain and the US as well. Yeah.
And also find innovators that are not only interested in the money, but also supporting your idea and have the same kind of idealism in this.
Yeah, it's really important also that you have an investor who is on the same page as where you want to go, because Holland Venture is, for instance, a healthcare investor. So they already know it will take a long time.
Yeah. And in this afternoon program, we have Michel van Schaik, who is the healthcare director of the Rabobank Nederland. And well, he will talk about what the bank can do.
In those cases.
We're a bit negative about that these days, but he's very positive. So let's hear about that. Any other questions before we round up for lunch? We have 3 more. I'll go totally to the back of the room.
Thanks for your interesting talk. I was wondering if the platform distinguishes how treatment is delivered from psychiatrists as opposed to psychologists.
How the difference is between those?
Yeah. I mean, for the platform, I mean, how the platform deals with psychiatrists delivering treatment as opposed to psychologists dealing with their patients.
There's actually, depending on what their goals are in the treatment, so a psychiatric will mainly monitor how somebody is doing from a distance, and a psychologist will do more daily work, so there's a difference between those groups.
Yeah. Thank you. One question up front here.
Yes, can you, I'm here. Can you elaborate a little bit on your discussions you had with the healthcare providers? Because my previous company, we had this experience with a very large mental health care provider, and they say, okay, if the treatment path gets shorter and you get less relapse, actually this will cost us revenue. So this innovation, we're simply not going to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't want relapse. We want patients. We want treatments. We want money.
So what, in the end, was their incentive to do this? I mean, this is pretty important.
Thank you.
Oh, I had so many times the same experience as you. You created real value and savings, but it didn't work out. At the moment, you can make shared saving deals with insurers, and the shared saving will be shared between the insurer and the healthcare company, and thus enabling you to for them to earn money by saving time.
Yeah.
So
it's a win-win.
the things have changed.
Well done. Thank you. I'm just going to go a bit quicker because we're moving towards the break, and there's 2 more questions. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. An interesting discussion. Yours, especially your scalability internationally, is I think very important for the model. What struck me in the beginning of your speech, you said it takes 6 weeks to get an appointment. Is that the standard in the Netherlands? And is this term now reduced by your tool, your app, your solution? Can you comment on that, please?
What we do is mainly that you can already start online, so it will enable you to lower dropouts. We do have some treatments in the Netherlands where there are long waiting times for sometimes depression or addiction. That's unfortunately how the situation is in the Netherlands at the moment.
So you start right away with your treatment in another way than the live treatment. Okay, one more question. Thank you.
Thanks. Dirk Artskasser, EC. So from what I gather, you are using the extra money that you raised to grow internationally. Could you give us a short comment on how you are applying that money to grow internationally? Because I think it's very relevant for all of us, especially if your organic growth is no longer feasible.
Yeah, it's as a young entrepreneur, I can give you the best tip is always think already internationally while starting your product. I know it's a challenge, but please do it. I made a mistake by my first product just to build a Dutch product only, and not smart. If you look at selling your software abroad, it's quite difficult because healthcare is not the same everywhere. And so it's sort of, when I go to the US now, it feels like I'm going back in time, and I'm 3 years back in time, and I have to do the same thing all over. So it's sort of flashback, and I haven't met many companies who had different experience. So also from that area of point of time, you need to have time and money to make it happen.
And you should go to the session Scale Up Ecosystem, because Brian O'Connor is going to be there, and he can tell you everything about the healthcare systems in other countries and how that would work. Well, thank you very much for your enthusiastic questions, responses, and you for your talks. I want to thank you and give you a little present, and I don't want to motivate you to move straight away, but we do have a few tickets for you for the Scheepvaartmuseum, which is just next door, just as a small token of our appreciation, which will be reinforced by the huge applause of this wonderful audience in the room. Thank you very much, Joris. And we're going to break up. And there's one thing I want to ask you that's really serious, because a lot of you have signed up for the meetings, for the one-on-one meetings. And that has become, and we want just to show you the schedule, a really, really difficult schedule, minute for minute. So if you go to this meetup session, just please be there in time, or otherwise everything will be like a domino effect. It will be mixed up. And I'd also like you to know that, as our minister said, Prince Constantijn is going to be here this afternoon, and he will be interviewed by the Secretary General, Erik Gerritsen. So that's a really nice moment to end this in a very festive way together. Well, I think that's it. Have a good break, and see you in the next session.
all by myself, so I sought cooperation with Zuid University and Beta Werk.
As a researcher, I can use this lab to validate the inconsens.
Ik heb geen koffie. Ik had eigenlijk koffie moeten nemen. Even kijken hier. Is goed. Hey. Ga snel zitten. Good morning. Hello. Yes. Good morning. Welcome to the Stratup2scale-up session. My name is Oscar van Dijk. I'm a long-time entrepreneur. I also have a startup in eHealth in self-management and medication adherence. And I'm one of the founders of the Stichting Zorg Inc., a foundation that aims to help eHealth entrepreneurs making it from being a startup into the scale-up phase. I'm sorry for my nerves. It's the first time I'm a moderator. The other day I looked on the internet, what does it take to become a good moderator? And the first tip they gave was, don't use a domain expert like me, but hire a professional moderator. So this is your last chance. If you want to go to professional moderator, go to the other room, and have patience with us. This hour I wanted to be about helping entrepreneurs who are still in the startup stage to get to the scale up. So we want to give a lot of hints, tips, advice that can actually can help you, and to know if my target group is here. Can all the entrepreneurs who are in the room, can they raise their hands? Okay, that's like almost 50-50. That's really good. The program of this hour, I don't think it was published, will be that I will give a short introduction about startup to scale up. What is a startup? What is a scale up in eHealth? Then the three panelists who I will introduce shortly we'll all do a small pitch, about 3-4 minutes, and then we will have a panel discussion. I will have some questions, but the whole idea is to be very interactive. And for yourself, at the end, there will be some time to ask questions to all the people in the panel. Maybe very good idea to show you a little movie about a Dutch scale-up that was in a pitching, or actually a challenge over the last 1.5 years, a European challenge, where all the companies had to make a little, say, YouTube kind of movie to show what their kind of product is. And maybe we can show the movie. It's just a few minutes.
For the past 10 years, I've been working as a nurse. One of our biggest frustrations? Incontinence. It's inefficient and ineffective. I thought there has to be a better way. So I started working on my product, IncoSense, a small device that can measure incontinence. But I knew I couldn't do it all by myself. So I sought cooperation with Zuid University and Beta Werk.
As a researcher, I can use this lab to validate the IncoSense to make sure that everything works. We teamed up with Beta Werk and with the Open Care Group because we share our passion to find solutions for care.
So how will we make the right information available to the right person, anywhere, anytime? That's where BetaWare comes in. We will develop a smart service that will make the data from the IncoSense sensor available to the healthcare organization in such a way that it will benefit the patient.
For future healthcare, it's essential that there is applicable technology that really makes a difference in the care. And that's what we try to develop here with a multidisciplinary team, people with a technical background, people with a care background. We combine that with students so that technology is really embedded and has a good chance of implementation.
IncoSense, a small device that can measure incontinence.
I promised to tell you a little bit about what the difference is between a startup and a scale-up. I think it was only a year ago that the term of scale-up didn't exist. Every effort, also in the Netherlands, was focused on startup. How to start up a company, make a product and bring it to the market. And then we all realized that a lot of the startups don't make it. This is already the case in ordinary market circumstances, but in eHealth it's really a big problem. There's a lot of money available for not just research, but also to develop a new product. We've heard some of the examples this morning. But there is no money and there's no support for companies who develop that product and to really bring that to market. I was very glad to hear from Joris Molenaar, his talk this morning. Actually, what helped them was reimbursement. In mental health, once the reimbursement in Holland, once that was arranged, the companies who were in that space finally made it. But there are a lot of other domains within eHealth where this is not the case, and it's really tough. So scale-up is certainly in Holland a big issue. So you can see here that it's green on the left side. It's also green on the right side, because once you make the revenue, and I take the example of yours again, once you have the revenue, in fact, the VCs come to you. So that's really where the goal for most entrepreneurs should be. So this is basically what happens. You have a business plan. A couple of years we would have made a prototype. Now it's called a minimum viable product in the lean startup methodology. Then you do a trial, you do a test, and you do this with a couple of, say, institutions or doctors, and then you go to your first customers, a few customers, and that's really in Holland. That's a big issue, as I just mentioned. And then, of course, and this is the Valhalla for all entrepreneurs, is to go to many customers. And actually, they're not the only ones who want to go to many customers. It's also the community. It's also in Holland, VWS, who wants to get to many customers. But to get them there, you first have to get them to the few first customers. So startup was the original, say, the focus of what was happening in Holland. And fortunately, I think we are now more focusing towards scale-up. Stichting Zorging, we got into a discussion with the ministry last November, and we had some experience with a European program called FISH, where we helped entrepreneurs to get through the scale-up phase. And we said we should have something like this in Holland. And maybe not in a program like FISH, which ends, but really in a long-lasting system where we would have like an ecosystem in eHealth. And I'm really glad that this morning our plan for this fast track, that the minister has just said that they will budget 20 million for the next 4 years for this program. There's a lot to be done. We have, I think, about 4 months to get to the start, but I think it's very promising. So this was my introduction. I would like to invite the first panelist, Gietje Minema, of Baby Balance, for a 3 minutes pitch. Here you are.
This one, is it? Next, yeah. Okay.
If you want, you can stand there or in the middle.
No, that's okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
My name is Grietje Miedema. With my business partner Monique Sla, we are the founders and the owners of Baby Balance. If I told you, if people were telling us 5 years ago that that through substitution, eHealth within the maternity care was possible, our answer would be no. But this has changed because parents at this time in 2016 are looking on the internet for information. In the birth care, there's no eHealth, almost nothing. Only websites with only with text messages on it. Parents are looking for information. They are sharing information. They are in contact with social media. But the most important thing, what we find, is the information. Is that the correct information? Is that professional information? And Monique and I, we are both birth care professionals. And we thought 6 years ago, why are we not making an eHealth innovation for birth care professionals, but special for the expecting and new parents? So we created Baby Balance, because Baby Balance is a social innovation, and for birth care professionals, it is a big opportunity to come in touch, in contact with expecting and new parents. Because the parents, what I already told you, are on the internet. The digital technology is not available for them in our profession. What is Baby Balance? Baby Balance is a platform, online platform with short instruction, education videos. Parents can get a login account and they can watch these videos 24/7, whenever they want. It's all about the prenatal and postnatal care. And it's about the pregnancy, about the birth, about the weeks after birth, and also the months after that. For us, the parents are not patients, but clients, and they are really important for us. Because we need the input from them, we need the feedback from them, and we want to know what they are looking for it on the internet. Health professionals are also important, but we need their expertise. So we are working with health professionals like midwives, like gynecologists, lactation consultants, and what's available. At this moment, we have 26 short videos. This year, we hope to develop more, because in our job, birth care, at least 100 videos we need. And in the future, it's going to be multilingual. There's going to be a community. We're going to develop some games, and also we want to get into contact with the client through live stream webinars and what's available. What's important, what I hear here today, is also Baby Balance is not a technological innovation, but we're all using what's available. So if people are making new software and new technique, we are going to use it. We don't develop something by ourselves. What's unique about Baby Balance, we hear it also this morning, we are reimbursed by the Dutch insurances. So all the Dutch insurances in the Netherlands are reimbursed Baby Balance, the account. How shall I had it in my mind because it's difficult to explain. They're recognized as a substitution within the maternity care for education and instruction hours. So in the Netherlands, there is a nurse coming to the family at their home in the first week after birth, and a part of the hours are substituted by Baby Balance. So what does that mean? Is that parents can choose or not depend on the healthcare professional, on the healthcare organization, but they can choose on their own at the time when they want for Baby Balance. And this is Baby Balance in a nutshell, I would say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Gietje.
Oh yeah.
Just one question. Yeah. Are the nurses, are they happy with what you do?
Till last year, no, because then we went all through the health organization and the health professionals. But there are nurses, they are happy, and there are also nurses, they are not happy. So, but that's, I think, not for us only the big problem.
Okay, thank you. Let me introduce Annemarie Johannessen of Veertask, but I think you have someone with you who will introduce you. There you are.
I'm going to stand here. Good morning. My name is Annemarie Johannes, because the minister has stand here, so
It's a good place to stay. Please meet my father and me. We were very close. After his stroke, I became his informal carer. I asked him, how can I help you? And he said, by giving me back my independence. So I invented Anne. Anne is his personal virtual assistant. And Anne gave him back his independency. And with that, his dignity. Even more important, I think. Since then, Anne is the core of my business, vindt. Anne is now serving many people in a long-term care, and their feedback is positive. I cannot. Ik moet toch het groene dingetje doen, hè?
Maybe you can ask. You want
Okay.
to show Anne. There she is.
Please meet Anne. She increases the quality of life and at the same time reduces cost and time. She is a multilingual man-machine interface with an advanced artificial intelligence and listens, talks, and recognizes patterns. And she is available 24/7.
Hi, dear audience and Anne-Marie. Very pleased to meet you.
Hi, Anne.
So sorry to interrupt your presentation. You are doing great. But I think I can introduce myself very well.
Okay, please do.
Thanks. I am Anne, your personal virtual assistant. I was created to simplify your life. I can remind you of your appointments, tell you the latest news and give you a weather forecast. I can help you with your everyday tasks. And I am good company.
Okay, thank you, Anne. I think she's a bit modest about herself because she can do a lot more. She can remind you about your appointments, tell you when to take your medicine. If she's connected with home automation, she can put on lights, open the door, show who's at the door and open it for you. She can set up a video call and lots more. But most of all, she is a great and patient companion. She never gets angry, not even if asked the same question again over and over. She never gets angry. The rapid growth of elderly in the world is a worldwide challenge. And also the market potential for Anne. vindt wants to bring Anne all over the world. To meet that challenge, to improve the quality of life and to reduce the cost of care. Thank you very much. Ben ik binnen gelegen?
Anne-Marie,
Yeah.
for you also one question. I think you're in a domain that's really heating up. You probably all heard about chatbots. Do you see them as an opportunity or more as a threat?
Actually, it is an opportunity because Anne is a layer, a layer, a communication layer. So we can connect proven technology to Anne. So she still is the interface, but uses proven technology.
Okay, thank you, Anne-Marie. Last but not least, Mark Willems of Mind District. And Mark, you also have your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Mark Willems. Thank you for joining this session on how to become a scale-up. A brief introduction of my company is that the name of the company is Mind District. We are around for about 7 years. And in those years, we've grown from 3 people in the beginning to 50 people right now. And so in Dutch, we have a saying, you're in between a napkin and a table linen. And that's exactly where we are. We're sort of stable in terms of size and revenue, but we need to grow bigger in order to be able to continue to invest in more intelligent products and more new technologies. So what we do is we develop digital interventions for behavioral change, and that's being applied for patients in psychological and psychiatric care, people that deal with depression, anxiety, addiction, eating disorders, that sort of problems. But also in hospitals where people have had surgery, cancer, cardiology, etc. And they need to accept their condition, they need to change their lifestyles, and that also includes behavioral change that you can really perfectly support using digital interventions. So it's a really, especially globally, it's a really big market that we are trying to target. So the mission that we have is actually threefold. We like to improve access to psychological therapy. As you probably know, 1 in 4 adults has an issue, and only 1 in 3 of those 25% is actually helped. So there's a lot of people that can benefit from help, but don't get help one way or the other. Secondly, we try to increase self-efficacy of patients, and because patients are more self-managing and they spend more time and are more active in their own treatment, therapists can do less and therefore increase their caseload or productivity. For us, it's really important to focus on effectivity. So whatever we develop, we would like patients to actually get better. And we have a product vision in which we try to translate behavioral change strategies, evidence-based interventions, let's say an excellent user experience to increase adherence, data application, software technology, and co-creation to increase the effectiveness of our interventions. The nice thing about this digital care is actually twofold, in essence, and that's that you can do it anywhere, anytime, and that you can really well personalize treatments for patients, either by the patients or the therapists themselves, or more or less automatically, because you have so much data about patients, you have historic data about what is effective for what sort of patient profile, that you can also automatically personalize interventions. And so the MindStick platform has a number of products or features that we combine into digital interventions for the problems I mentioned. I won't go through all of them, but in essence, it's we have activity-based interventions like lessons and exercises and questionnaires and diaries, and communication-based elements like chat and video and social communities. So that's my short introduction. I would love to talk to you later about how to go from startup to scale up. Thank you.
Mark, for you also a question. I heard Joris say in his talk this morning that they made a big mistake.
Okay.
That they only developed the software in Dutch.
Yeah.
And when they wanted to go international, they had to redo it.
Yeah.
Is this a mistake you made yourself?
Actually, we didn't, because we're in the second generation of the platform, but also the first one was developed abroad at the time in Poland. And so we had to do everything in English from the start.
Okay, so that was a big advantage actually to have it outsourced.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll go to the interactive active part. I have a number of questions, and we'll see if we can get to the end of it. And they're actually for all three of the panelists. Gietje, for you, what has been the biggest obstacle from the moment you started the company until, say, the moment where you are now?
Finding the money.
Money.
Money, because in our profession, birth care, you see a lot of money. Investors are investing in elderly, how do you say it? Elderly care, chronic care, mental health care. But in our profession, the maternity care and birth care, there's nothing. Only when women are pregnant, they do everything. There's probably everybody here these days about everything what's happening in the audio for midwives and gynecologists. But in the maternity care, there's nothing. It's almost like hands off and.
But you're here.
We are here.
So what happened?
We are here. Monique and I, we believe really in our thing in baby balance. We believe because we know yeah, the parents are between 20 and 40. They grow up with the internet and they're looking on the internet. We are both bird care professionals. We saw it. People are looking on the internet. But the next day you come in a family. Sometimes we work. I did work in a family, and you come with a family, and they say, "Oh yeah, I look on the Google. This is," and I said, "No, that's not correct. This is the American guideline or the French guideline. So it's not a Dutch guideline. In our profession, the Dutch guidelines are always a little bit in front of the guidelines abroad. So, and then we always have to straighten it. So we thought, okay, we're going to make little short movies. What's the correct way? Yeah.
But it still doesn't answer that question.
Oh yeah, sorry.
How do you get the money?
Oh yeah, not get the money. No, but be creative. And also in 2012, we stepped to the Zorginstituut, the regular
the Health Institute.
Health Institute. To talk about if we can be part of the basic insurance, the standard insurance. And that was no problem. It was really like, okay, no problem. But I think it's different in the maternity care because we work with hours. So a part of the instruction education hours is covered, is substituted by Baby Balance Now. So we talked to the insurance companies. They were really enthusiastic. But then still we have to find the money. And then we got a private investor and we could start for the first.
And what made the private investor invest in your company? Because what I hear is that a lot of companies, they will not get investments until they have a really good revenue model and contract with insurers.
Yeah, we talked to a lot of investors, and that's the problem also. As long as we didn't have any contract with an insurance company, it was no, because you have to show them you get money in,
So the Zorginstituut was really like the trigger, and then it went on.
Because in our care, not only the care of the midwife gynecologist, but also in our profession, there's going to be a big change the next year. Yeah,
okay,
2007.
We'll talk about that later. Thank you. Annemarie, what was your biggest obstacle?
Money as well.
Wow.
Yeah,
Surprise.
but I want to say something else. because I made my biggest mistake in marketing. I presented for one of the first times for a group of elderly above 75 years old. And I said, oh, this Anne is very good for you, especially when you're old. Maybe you break a hip or you are suffering from slight dementia. And then Anne is your personal assistant. And all the people, as I would have said, oh, that's a great product, but not for me. I'm not that old. And it's good for my neighbor, but not for me. So I had to change the perspective of marketing. So we called her Anne in de Zorg. Maybe that is also not a good name for a product. Yeah. So we're still thinking and struggling with that.
But you also said the money. So was there a way where you...
Yes, we were lucky or happy to get an AAL subsidy, which brought us in contact with other European partners, possible partners, and we worked 3 years on the same product, so that really helps.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, Mark, you're going to say the same thing? Or?
I'm sorry, it's so boring. But it's money again. No, I mean, in the beginning, you need money to develop a platform and interventions in order to attract customers. But you need customers for revenue in order to invest in the product. So I think what we basically did differently, and also differently than you presented in your 5 phases scheme, is that we had an idea, obviously, but then first we sort of fleshed out the idea, then went to talk to customers. And so the first 2 or 3 customers actually signed up on a paper without a product. We sort of lied a little bit about when the product was going to be ready.
Fake it till you make it, right?
But the most important thing is actually sign the contract, pay the first invoices, and then we developed the minimal viable product and did the trials with them. And then we're able to sort of get going. And then in the second year,
we actually got a subsidy from the Ministry of Healthcare called the Healthcare Innovation Program. It's not really
Is it still
section
there?
in. No, it's not. It's finished. But that came exactly at a phase where we needed to pay extra people in product development that were not affordable from operational reasons.
Maybe you don't need it anymore right now, but do you think that the instruments that there are now from the Ministry of Economic Affairs, are they still the same as when you received the subsidy, or is it less or
You mean from
different?
the Ministry of Economic Affairs?
It was, right? Or?
This was from healthcare.
Okay.
But Economic Affairs is also involved. I sort of were at a phase where we would like to start exporting. And so I do miss the export subsidies that used to be around like 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh. Okay. You know there are people from RVO here, so it's another tip for them. Mark, I start with you. Maybe you already explained in your small pitch, but what is your business model and who finally has to pay for your product or service?
Yeah, business model obviously is such a critical component to get going. We sort of explored various models. We could have a fee per therapist per month, or a flat fee and sort of all you can eat for a flat fee a year. But then in the end decided to charge for an active patient account for 12 months. So the therapist pays us per active patient per 12 months. A license fee to use the platform and the interventions, including the service level agreement, etc., etc.
Okay. Yeah. We heard from Joris this morning, who's in the same space, and he said, well, everyone charges per patient, but we charge per staff member of the institution they sell it to. Yeah. Is that something that you have explored, or do you believe that this is, well, maybe not a good model? I don't know.
It's also a model. We think it's the second best model. Because it was still at a phase where people are not really sure how the eHealth implementation scenarios will sort of play out. So therapists or healthcare providers like to pay for actual usage. And so our model is, I think, more transparent and more fair than a flat fee per therapist per patient per month.
Yeah. Pros and cons. Anne-Marie, what is your business model? And who has to finally pay for your product?
We have a fee for Anne and the subscription per month.
And who has to finally pay?
That's a difficult question, because that differs. The ones we are working with now are care organizations and hospitals. So they are the payers, and the end users are the patients. But we want to go to the consumer market and have the end user paid just a fee per month. That is my stip on the horizon. What is a stip on the a dot on the horizon. So we're still looking for an investor.
Okay, so you're really looking for different business models and to see what works? Or do you say, well, actually the consumer market, that's really in the future, and for now that would not work yet?
Well, at the moment we can't deliver any other way, so we have to do the fee and the subscription. Okay. But we wish for the future to enter the consumer market. So.
Okay. I think you already mentioned it, but your business model and who pays.
But last year we were also working with the healthcare professionals and the healthcare organizations, because we are reimbursed by the insurance, and we did a little pilot in Amsterdam and outside Amsterdam. But through the healthcare professionals and healthcare organizations, we didn't reach the consumer. We didn't reach the parents, because they find it really great, fantastic, beautiful, but no, just the old-fashioned care, just on the bed, and that's it. But then this year, January the 1st, we have the contract with all Dutch healthcare insurance, and now we can reach straight to the consumer. So we go past the healthcare organizations, healthcare professional, and we can straight go to the consumer. And now suddenly we see the increase of accounts coming, and also we are going to put a big marketing on this.
It sounds quite revolutionary in the Netherlands.
I think we are unique, but maybe, I don't know, I think possible also in the birth care, because we work with hours and you can have a little part of the hours substituted by our care. But also there's a big change because our profession, the kraamzorg, we say it, is going to change. The hours are getting less. So, and then we say, okay, less hours, but we give something extra back. So a lot of insurance say like, okay, we need less hours because that's necessary, but we give this as an extra to our clients.
So this way you've circumvented this paradox where you substitute a health professional, some of their work, which is great for the consumer who pays less. It's great for the health insurer who pays less, but obviously it's not so good for the health professional. So as long as you cannot circumvent them, you have a big obstacle there.
Yeah, but for the health professional, it is a little bit like you see it everywhere. I read a research in Australia. They had the same problem. The health professionals are really in the old-fashioned way of taking caregiver. But also in our job, there is a lot of women are working above the 50. And with the internet, they don't. A lot of women say, no, not for me. I want just giving care to the people. But the people, the pregnant and expecting parents, they are on the internet. They want this. And also they want, there's a change of care. Because 20 years ago, 10 years ago, it is different than now. So they want a change of care. And they say, why do I need a nurse? Why do I this? I want to choose by myself. So
exactly.
There's a big
it's a nice bridge to my next question, so I'll ask it to you. From the following list of stakeholders, where do you find the biggest hurdle? Now, I'll name them. The user, the professional caregiver and their associations, hospitals and institutions, health insurers, the national government, or VWS in the Netherlands, local government, the WMO, small cities, large cities, or rural institutions like the NZA or the IGZ?
For us, the most important were the health, the caregivers, and also the organization, and also a little bit to find the investors. There's a difficulty, but the other ones, they work with us. They find it because one time they said, "Why didn't we think about it in the bird care? There's no eHealth. Why? Yeah, okay, we do it
because of that.
So.
Okay, thank you, Anne-Marie. Of all the stakeholders, which ones do you believe really are the biggest hurdle for you?
For us, the continuing story of changing in healthcare. So we started with intramural hospital care, and then the government said it's good to stay as independent as you can in your own home. So we went extramural. And now we think we have to find the consumer. So that's all, we do three of them now. We do the care organization, we do the independently living elderly at home, and we are trying to do some consumers. But that's all because the government is changing their minds. And the local government hasn't got the WMO, not ready, so... And all different, all government, all local.
So in your case, there are multiple obstacles.
Yeah.
Okay, and Mark, for you, because you're already across the hurdle.
Yes, I think so. It's not the patients. That's, I think, important to emphasize. There's quite some evidence or research that shows that about 75% to 90% of patients from severe disorders to mild disorders are actually in favor of blended therapy. So in our case, it's the therapists and the managers. The therapists, because they're sort of conservative and they actually want to provide therapy as they have been trained to do. And therefore education is really important to get this change going. And also managers, because in order to properly implement this form of digital or blended healthcare, you actually need to transform your organization, your processes, your path, your care pathways, and that's something that sort of starts with management.
So in your case, reimbursement really helps, and I see this with yours too. But the obstacles that remain really are, say, the institutions, the health institutions, and the healthcare workers. So that's an interesting bridge to the next question. apparently the professional caregivers are then, at least in all your cases, one of the biggest hurdles to implementation. And this is called social innovation, is also a theme of the Secretary General, Erik Gerritsen. What advice can you give to him? Is there anything the ministry can do to make it easier and facilitate the scaling of innovations? Maybe, Rietje, you can...
Maybe somebody else can first.
Mark?
No, I think I also already mentioned education. So whenever somebody's in university, they need to have a couple of exams in this sort of therapy,
yes,
and understand the evidence that's already being built behind this sort of therapy. Then you can have demo or exhibition or sort of campuses where you actually demonstrate what this sort of social innovation is.
Would that mean that the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education should get together on this?
Yeah.
And it should be in the HBO, the HBO education, or the MBO, or maybe
all over the place. I mean,
all over the place.
Yeah. It's important for nurses and for HBO psychologists and for psychiatrists, everybody.
Okay. Thanks. Annemarie, you have a suggestion, advice?
I think we need for innovations to land more time, more space, and a little bit more money. So everybody who is involved, all the stakeholders, can at least have 3 months to get used to something, to learn, to see what happens. The family can work with it. I think we have to deliver quite quickly. When you come with an innovation to a care institute, they say, well, show it to us and let's implement, let's do it. And it takes, every time, it takes more time than we think. So
is money an issue for the institution you want to do a test with? Or?
I don't, sometimes it is, and sometimes it is not.
Okay, so it's really about, the people in the organizations. That
yes, you have to get used to it. It's so different from what they are used to work with.
Takes time.
Yeah.
Rietje, you want to say something there? Or?
Can you repeat the question? Because I have... Sorry.
Apparently, in all your cases, the healthcare workers, they are almost like an obstacle. They are sometimes conservative, don't want to work in a different way. And because the ministry also see this as a major focal point for them to do something about, well, I would like you to maybe give the Secretary General an advice.
I think also what's different with us, the healthcare profession really, by the parents at home, sometimes they are difficult, but there's a big group of healthcare professionals. We are going to use the expertise. So we are already in contact with a lot of healthcare professionals, healthcare organizations, to invite them on our platform so that people know, like, we go to baby balance and everything about pregnancy, I want to be pregnant or birth, anything is on that platform, and we can send them, how do you say it?
All direction?
Yeah, direct them to the right organization. So we are already in a lot of contact, and a lot of organizations want to work with us. And then also we want to go to the health professionals, like, okay, what do you need? And so we want more working together instead of like...
Well, those might be all interesting ideas also for this fast track program. It's for entrepreneurs, but to help them, they should get in contact and with all the institutions that they want to sell to, and also the healthcare workers.
May I add one thing?
Yes, of course.
Because what also might help is to invest in prevention. If you invest in prevention and you allow consumers to enter platforms without having seen a GP or without having a therapist in the first place, they already start to work on their complaints, and they actually get better just by using self-help. But then if they need more help, guided help, they go to a GP and then ask their professional therapist, could you continue to use this digital platform because I'm used to it? And so
then you get to the blended therapy.
And then you go to blended therapy. So investing in prevention is like has two benefits at the same time.
Yeah. No, it makes sense, and I think that prevention still is a problem area. as you all know, is that the health insurers, they insure for when you're ill, but not when you're healthy. And they don't want to invest in healthy people because, well, their competitors benefit from their investment. And this is really another paradox in the Dutch system. Unfortunately, we cannot solve that right now. Last question to you. And this is really to the entrepreneurs in the room, in the audience. What are the 2 tips or advices you can give to all them, which can save them huge in terms of money and time? And Mark, you start.
It's so important to decide on your business model, validate it as early as possible by negotiating with customers, even if you don't have a product yet or like a prototype, but get them to pay for your product before you continue to develop it and flesh it out. Because if you don't, you're probably investing in a product that won't be paid for later on.
Sounds easier said than done.
No, it's really difficult because you have an idea and you're really enthusiastic about it and you think everybody is going to use it. And then the people say, okay, I like it and I'm willing to try, but I would like a free pilot. And then saying no is really hard.
But you should, that's what you're saying. Okay, thanks. Anne-Marie?
I actually have 5 F's. F's as in focus on end user, product and cash flow. And then fun, that really does the trick for you and your team. And fight for what you believe in, because I think the stay or wins.
Okay, that's a good one.
5 F's.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. Fietje?
I believe in that. What our experience is that you have to believe in your product. It takes really few years, especially in our product, to come where we are now and believe in it. But also you have to be creative and dare. It's almost like you have to be like almost I would say pit bull. But if you call like an insurance or anything, you have to call. If they say no, you call back. If they say no, you call back. And then finally you find the right person. That's the way that we reach that we are reimbursed.
And that's how it works.
Healthcare. So
and
especially my colleague is my business partner is really good in that.
So that's also important to have a team, right?
You have a team, and also what we did, also a lot of networking. Go to networking, go to conferences, meet other people, talk to each other, other things. Go everywhere you want. Yeah.
Well, maybe
and that helped us.
Thank you so much. Maybe one from me, and actually I didn't invent this myself. I was in other domains as an entrepreneur, started some companies, and before going into health, I also talked to Luke Winter, a health entrepreneur, and he said, just watch out. In health, in 1 year, nothing happens, just nothing. But in 10 years' time, a lot can happen. So just be reminded, keep on going, and don't expect it to happen in 1 or 2 years, maybe in 5, but go on. And that after that, I decided to go in there, and I've seen how true this is.
And can I say something?
Yes.
Also what this morning was saying, believe in it. Really believe in it and be more than 100% behind your product.
Absolutely true.
More than 100%.
Now it's time for you to ask some questions. We have about 7 minutes, so well, maybe you can be the first one.
See if I can see how this works. Barbara van der Linden from Zonneway. Zonneway. I have a question that I didn't hear you much talking about more the scaling up of your own company, because we've talked about the scaling up of eHealth as a product, but about what's your experience about starting small, maybe 1 or 2 initiative takers, and getting into a bigger company where you have management and responsibility, transparency, those kind of things. And do you need, have you any tips about making that change from being small until being a kind of structurally organized company which goes on and not is starting up all the time.
For Mark, maybe?
Yeah, so that's obviously an issue. So basically you have a product, a group, you have a business group, sales and marketing, and didn't mention it yet, but also equally important is service, because in the beginning everything goes wrong. And then customers actually would like to have somebody on the phone that is understanding and helpful and explains that we will fix stuff. But so in the beginning you will have no layers. It was me and then people. But we decided to have a really flat organization in the first place because everybody that joined the company is highly educated and really begeistered and needed little guidance. But then when you reach like 20, 25 people, you need to have a management layer in between, which was some sort of a problem because the managers were actually recruited from the young professionals that came straight from university into the company and were only like 27 when they had this responsibility. And so there was nothing between 27 and me, which is quite a gap. And then later on we decided that we would like to implement holacracy, which is a new phenomenon that is used to implement self-managing teams. It's like a new thing, but it's like a reinvention of similar concepts from.
When did you start with holacracy?
Holacracy 9 months ago.
And how does it work so far?
So. It's
it's American.
We're sort of right at the point where we are thinking of holacracy phase 2, which is a combination of traditional. But it's, yeah, you go through phases.
Okay, thank you. Another question, yes.
I'm Hanneke Jansen from iClusion. I think that any digital solution means data gathering. So how does this fit into your strategies? That means legislation, security, but also quality and finance. I think there's a lot of opportunity in there. What are you doing with it?
I can say something about it. We decided, at this moment, we don't use it. We can get rid of it. We are, how to say it?
Yes, you gather the data, but you don't.
We don't
use it.
No, we don't sell it. We don't do anything with it. Also on our website, we don't have advertising, anything or commercial. We don't use it because Monique and I also don't like it. So that's maybe a thing from us also. But also we, in our work, people are health insurance already gathering a lot of information about the clients, and we don't do it. But in the future, I don't know. Maybe because for us, but we will not give it to insurance companies. And we also, how do you say it, the private rule regulation? Yeah, privacy. Yes. Yeah. And we are a member of that foundation of organization.
And for Mark, this must be a hot issue for you.
Yes, we have to sign bewerkers agreements, processing agreements, whereby you define that the customer owns the data and we only process it under the law, the privacy law. But in order to be able to do that legally, we need all sorts of technical and organizational measures to do it secure. That's the Netherlands. Then in Germany, it's really hard. Then in the UK, there's a different regime, and so we're glad that there's a European framework now for protecting and securing data. But the next step is to actually use the data and make these interventions smart by automatically personalizing them, and then providing data to universities to do research on effectiveness. And then you need additional agreements whereby you are allowed to use the data anonymously, of course, by third parties.
But couldn't data also be a scale-up finance model? That's what I'm thinking about.
Can you rephrase the question? What do you mean exactly?
Well, data is very precious. It has a high worth. Yeah. And I know it's difficult in health, but if we are talking about from startup to being a scale-up, selling this data, and of course within all regulation, I think this could be a means of...
I talked to this subject just the other week with an investor, not because we are looking for money, but just out of curiosity, and he said We have like 500,000 patients at the moment, and he said that's too small to actually have a profitable business model out of data. So we are not thinking of data as a product.
Thank you. Other questions? Over here.
A question for Mark. My name is Jurgen Sandig, CEO of Cypher, and we've grown in the last 3 years to 12 people, and we are a flat organization. So, but now, roles and responsibilities become a little bit more on top. So you self mentioned that you have a flat organization with self-steering team. So how does this work with roles and responsibilities within the organization? If you have self-steering teams, how can you cope with that?
Well, the concept is that you have a company purpose, and then for each circle you have a circle purpose that's supporting the company purpose. And then within a circle, the circle itself defines the roles and accountabilities to live up to that purpose. And then there's a lead link, which is not exactly the same as a manager.
Okay. I think you should talk. There's room for just one question. There are two. You were first.
I have a question. I'm Crystal. I am a healthcare professional in Maastricht University Medical Center, and you both, all three, mentioned that it was very difficult to find the healthcare professional. What can a healthcare professional do for you to get in touch with each other?
You mean?
So, because you all three mentioned it was a problem to get in contact, and that the healthcare professional was not, you can't contact him. But as a healthcare professional, what can we do? So what can I say to my colleagues? So you need to invest in such an ID. How can we get in touch with you?
If I may say one thing?
Sure.
In our experience, a therapist is only convinced by another therapist. So if a manager or Maastricht or anybody else says you have to think of eHealth, they don't. But if your colleague says, I tried it and I liked it, and patients actually like it and they get better, they do. So what may be helpful is to have like a professional organization of therapists exploring the subject, or have conferences where therapists convince therapists how to deal with this sort of stuff and how patients benefit. That might help.
And even you could go as far as have therapists in your company and help them sell your product, I assume.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Actually, I was just the other day at Philips, and Jan Kimper, who was the former head of the UMC Utrecht, he's now in the board, and he said that he was the first one ever in the board of Philips Health that had a medical background. So it already says something about what should happen also in companies, small and big.
For us,
Last for you.
For us, it was a little bit different. For us, the maternity care organization were open for it, but finally the healthcare professional who were working with the families, who were doing the home interviews, they didn't work with it. They all have accounts, they all could use it, but they didn't work with it. It's more like there has been change in the thinking about using it. And also, and what Mark is saying, they have to watch, like one nurse is saying the other nurse, it is great to use it. So that was our thing. But I think you have to think differently. You have to think out of the box. Also for healthcare professionals. I am the same. Sometimes if I don't know it, I work this way, fine, I work this way. It's working already for 100 years. Why will I change? But sometimes you have change, and that's difficult. And I think it takes some time. Yeah,
and I think
it's coming.
I recently heard of an innovation leave for professionals, so they can orient themselves on
like
the
a voucher.
Innovations. No, like free time.
Oh, free time. Okay, even better.
Well, I thought it was a good idea.
I have to finish it because I see we're already a little bit over time. I want to thank all three panelists. That's Gietje, that's Anne-Marie, and Mark, and would like to have a big applause for them. For you, you already know what it is, because this morning everyone got these free tickets for het Scheepvaartmuseum.
It's my neighbor.
Here you are. And I want to thank you as an audience for being so patient, also with me and the panelists. And to the entrepreneurs here, just watch out what happens with this Fast Track program. We hope it will start probably in October, November. And I think there's something for everyone in there. So thank you very much. Dankjewel. Nou,
Robot Care Systems. En ik heb dat samen met meerdere collega's uit TU Delft en met Martin Roos opgericht om betere zorg voor ouderen te bieden. En daarom hebben we
C. Mevrouw de Bruin. Ja.
Meneer Bolt was het, hè? Oh, ik hoor... Welcome back, everybody, to this last plenary session. Very happy that still a lot of you are around, because this is a moment where people leave. But I'm glad you came, because we have a number of very inspiring and interesting short pitches for you. We're very happy that Michel van Schaik from Rabobank Nederland is with us today. And of course, very honored that Constantijn van Oranje, together with our Secretary General, will do the closing with an interview and some more announcements. So I suggest we kick off now with the first pitch, and that is a pitch by, let me have a quick look, a program initiated by Philips and Zilveren Kruis. It's Care Within Reach, and within the next 5 minutes they will tell you what that is all about. Pieter Jekel, there he is again.
Well, thank you very much. We're very happy to announce today a eHealth challenge. It is eHealth Week, and there are very interesting startups and scale-ups in the audience. So we're happy to announce to you today the eHealth Challenge in Expedition Self-Care. And why is that? Because we need a new innovation in self-care. The question is, can you help chronically ill people to live healthier with your innovation? And the best idea will gain an acceleration to national success. And I will explain to you how we'll do that. First of all, it is to present a bright innovation that inspire and guide patients to improve their health with online support. We have now in the Netherlands many different platforms which work well, but they miss apps and devices which really inspire and guide patients. And we'd like to add that in the Netherlands right now. And it's important that these apps and devices will help these patients to start bettering their health, but also to maintaining a healthy lifestyle. This challenge will start today. You can register today. Mireille, can you please stand up? Mireille here will give you the information if you like. And this challenge starts today onwards. And on the 4th of September, this challenge will end. And on the October the 4th, on the Congress of Care Within Reach with Philips and Zilveren Kruis, we will present the nominees to give access to an impressive network. And the prize is fantastic, and I have brought two people with me, one from Philips and one from Zilveren Kruis, to explain to you what the prize will be.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone. My name is Mark van Mechelen from Philips. And on behalf of Philips, we will support the prize with a highly intensive program which we call the Digital Accelerator, which is 3 months of dedicated support, whereby we would help you to challenge your ideas. I just came out of a session where a lawyer also successfully challenged the idea from a business case perspective, to validate the idea from a value proposition perspective, but also in supporting you going to market in terms of which channels, how we would arrange for this with the payer. And we do that collectively with Achmea, which Jeroen will support.
Yeah, as you all know, this is a quite huge market and opportunity. We believe that, let's say, 40% of current treatments in hospitals can be replaced to home and around home. So this is really a big challenge and opportunity for you guys, but also for us. And what we will do is we'll help you to distribute this to customers and patients, and to make sure that somehow this is reimbursed, and search new ways to do that. And to help the persons as people who start an entrepreneur and become an entrepreneur. We also give some personal coaching. So we give a few months of personal coaching. What does it mean to be an entrepreneur, to be dependent on that, to start for yourself, be responsible for your own life in that way. So I'll do that as well. And then, it cannot be something else than a big success, of course. Huh?
Today, this challenge will be published. So we hope on very bright ideas and great innovations of startups, designers, and maybe game designers also. Well, as the gentleman explained to you, the prize will be fantastic, because what do you like more? Two of the A companies in the Netherlands help you bring your innovation, let's say, to make it better and bigger, and also to scale it up and to make you a better entrepreneur. Well, thank you very much, and thank you, and we hope to see many of your innovations coming by. And Mireille will present to you the information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, some challenges start today, but others have ended recently and have brought some winners. And some of these winners are coming to the stage. Sustainable Healthcare Challenge, they are the winners. And this was initiated, among others, by Wilbert Bekendam. And he will just make a short announcement about the type of challenge this has been. Wilbert.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sustainable Healthcare Challenge started 3.5 years ago with help of Michiel van Schaik from Rabobank, but also Luc Winter from Nijrode. We are here to not only inspire, but also stimulate and really support students and young professionals to start a sustainable business in our beautiful healthcare in the Netherlands. We've got 5 winners. Last week we had a congress with Jan Kimpen from Philips or Marjan Kaljau from de Nederlandse Zorgautoriteit. Sorry for the English-speaking people. And we've got 4 startups here. Please come on the stage. And I will give them the microphone for only sharp 3 minutes. They can present your ID or already company. This is Susanne Baars from Koya.
Starts now?
Yeah, you can start.
Oh, yeah. Hello, so my name is Suzanne Baars. Last 5 years, I've spent diving into the complexity of healthcare systems. I've been a neuroscientist at Harvard, and I worked in the ethical department of WHO, and I explored the phenomena of multi-drug resistance at Peking University. Realizing this, I realized that the common denominator is that the healthcare system is broken. It's highly fragmented. Only in the US, it's $1 trillion waste each year. So what if we can build a coordinating system that coordinates, reduces cost, while also drives innovation? So we developed Cora, and Cora is a coordinating system that increases the reach and effectiveness of clinical care for patients and healthcare providers. We will start our focus on cardiogenetics, as we have an extensive network within this field, but also can apply this to other diseases. So what's the current situation right now? If you go briefly through it, a person needs to go to a GP, then it goes to an expert, which is usually the wrong one. It goes back and forth until it reaches the right experts. And that, in this case, takes 6 hospital visits and 7 months to get diagnosed. So with Cora, we're digitizing parts of the healthcare system, and we can bring it back from 6 to 2 and reduce the time from 7 months to 3. So what makes Cora unique? Well, we want to use a combination of data mining with artificial intelligence, patient-generated data, and behavioral sciences to match the best treatment based on the patient's profile. And how we want to do that is with and the trigger is, if we use this, it will reduce healthcare costs with 50%, and only for cardiogenetics. There would already be 43 million a year, imagine worldwide. So we plan to do this with a B2B model, using licensing and subscription fee, including wearables and including a follow-up track. So far, we've talked with the leading experts in the field, with the hospitals Amsterdam, Utrecht, and Groningen. They're waiting for a first prototype. We also talked with Swiss, the largest health insurance, Helsana, and gained the interest of commercial companies like IBM Watson. What we would like to ask you is for guidance and help us build our first living lab. Thank you.
Unfortunately, there's no time for questions, but afterwards all the startups will be at a network session. Next one is Wouter from PacMed.
Thank you. Are there any slides? Yeah. Hi, I'm Wouter. I studied both medicine and computational logic, and after competing in the national think tank with Willem, I started PECMED. And I'd like to tell you about PECMED by introducing you to Miss Elouardani. Miss Elouardani comes to Dr. van Heijst for her rheumatism. Her joints hurt so badly that she can't leave the house on her own anymore. Miss Elouardani is a complex patient. She is old, she has multiple diseases and medications. And although Dr. van Heijst is very experienced, he quickly finds out that he has never seen a patient exactly like her. And he also finds out that the guideline is not of any help in her specific case. So what Dr. van Heijst does is he prescribes her the most common treatment. But unfortunately, this does not help. And Miss Elouardani is admitted to the local hospital at the emergency unit. But when she comes back to Dr. van Heijst, she of course asks him, "Doctor, what treatment will relieve me from my pain?" And his waiting room is stuffed. He only has 10 minutes for this consultation. But he desperately wants to help Miss Elouardani this time. So he decides to look for research. But unfortunately, all the research he finds is based on young white males like me, who have no other medications, no other diseases. And these studies are also often biased towards overprescription. So Dr. van Heijst does not have the information to answer this simple question. But unfortunately, this is a common problem. By limiting our knowledge to learning only from young white males, we know hardly anything about the effects of medicine on women, children, elderly, ethnic minorities. And what about the millions of patients with multiple treatments and diseases? But luckily, we now live in a digital age. And this has enormous impact on both patients' lives and the rising healthcare costs. But fortunately, we now live in a digital age, where both patients and doctors are generating more and more data each day. And this allows us to learn directly and objectively from all patients which treatment will truly help Miss Elouardani. So we started PECMED. PECMED is a clinical decision support system for GPs. And PECMED computes which of the 2 million patients with rheumatism are similar to Miss Elouardani. And based on the treatments these similar patients received, and based on the success of these treatments in practice, PECMED computes and presents the expected outcomes for Miss Elouardani. And this way, Dr. van Heijst receives all the information he needs to prescribe the right treatment for Miss Elouardani with one click. And the best thing about PECMED is that it learns from every patient it had helped. We chose the treatment of urinary tract infections at the GP as the ultimate starting point for PECMED. We built a demo based on data of over 250,000 urinary tract infections, which we analyzed together with both medical experts and machine learning experts. And we presented this demo at the Dutch GP conference and in Silicon Valley at the Singularity University. The next step for us is to build a pilot, since this is the next step towards our dream, to make sure patients only receive the treatment that is proven to work in practice for similar patients. Thank you.
Thank you. The next is Bloemet, the startup from Delft. Harmen, floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes. First, I will introduce myself. Good afternoon, I am Harmen, and together with Manon and Maarten, we started Bloemet, Delft's startup. We founded there, and we want to improve wound care. I want to start with Mr. de Jong Senior. Mr. de Jong Senior is one of the 500,000 patients with a complex wound each year. I met him when I meet with Esther, that's one of the wound consultants at Erasmus MC in Rotterdam. He had decubitus wound, doorligwond in het Nederlands, on his lower back, and terminal cancer. If the help of the wound consultant was asked in time, the wounds could be healed in 6 months. The assistance of Esther was only asked after several weeks. So now the healing time could take up to 6 months. Mr. de Jong Senior had only 3 months to live, so he died with a wound on his back. the problem. Wound care, complex wound care, is a neglected child for many years. The treatment of complex wounds takes often longer than necessary because there is no safe and simple way to exchange information. And better communication between wound care providers is necessary. Due to poor communication and monitoring, it could take up to 48 weeks for a complex wound to heal. The many patients with such a wound suffers the most from it. BlueMed wants to make a platform which allows wound care professionals to communicate with each other and keep track of the wound from begin to healing. This will reduce the healing time to 4 to 12 weeks. How will we do that? In collaboration and co-creation with the Erasmus Medical Center in Rotterdam, we are providing Exudo, a wound monitoring platform. This platform will improve the communication between wound care providers, makes the wound traject more explicit, and makes the protocols in wound care more accessible. This does not only improve the quality of life, but also the healthcare can save a lot of money. From the $2.5 billion that is spent in complex wound care, $650 million could be saved. Could you help us to improve wound care? We are trying to start a pilot in the Erasmus Medical Center, and we are really looking for strategic investors to help us get there. Thank you for your attention.
And last but not least is Voice of Medicine.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to tell you the story of Erik. Erik is a plumber and father of 3. He's happily married to his wife, Claudia. Erik has laryngitis and has to take antibiotics, but he's afraid because he can't read the instruction leaflet. This is because Erik is functionally illiterate. He tries to find his courage to ask the pharmacist to explain what is on the leaflet, but when he approaches the counter, he is embarrassed. He decides to take just the medicine. After a while, Erik feels his throat getting swollen and starts having breathing problems. Claudia rushes him to the hospital, where the doctor concludes that he is allergic to a substance in the medicine. Erik feels exposed. His secret is discovered. Unfortunately, the story of Erik is not the only story. About 1.3 million Dutch people between the age of 16 and 65 struggle with the problem of functional illiteracy. This is therefore our target group. To be able to help people like Erik, we, Team Novelty, present you VOM, Voice of Medicine. When downloading the application, you first see the picture and the caption. The second screen shows the barcode, which means the barcode needs to be scanned. In the third screen, the barcode is scanned, and you will see at a glance what kind of drug it is, in what form, and what it serves for. Then it allows you to press play and listen to the most important parts of the instruction leaflet. It can be listened as many times until it is understood. If this is not the case, you can... Okay, yes, this one. If this is not the case, you can choose the phone button and you can call the nearest pharmacy. Because we will only translate the most important parts of the leaflet into audio form, we are tied to certain laws and regulations. That's why the disclaimer is also included in the app and can be listened to. Because Erik downloaded VOM, he is not afraid to use medication. He is not dependent on others, and he does not have to feel embarrassed anymore. Because he has listened to the instruction leaflet a couple times now, he takes his medication correctly, and there are no further complications that cause him to end up in the hospital. To create this app, We have to pay the app developer around 20,000 euros to be able to finance this application. We would like to approach investors and the government. The reason why we would like to involve the government is because we will not only be helping people like Eric, also the government will benefit from this. The government spends about 127 million euros a year to cover for the healthcare of functionally illiterate people. This is mainly because of the fact that in this group, the unsafe use of medicine appears more often, resulting in an increased risk of complications, more doctor visits, and more hospitalizations. We hope that by 2025, the app will have lowered the number of cases of improper use of medication and decreased the cost by half. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. And please talk with these startups afterwards. These are just 4 of the more than 100 startups that applied for our challenge, and they really need your help. And so afterwards, in a network session, these 4 guys, PacMed, Cora, BlueMed, and Voice of Medicine, Sustainable Healthcare Challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wilbert. And good luck to you. Wonderful ideas, lots of energy. That's really great. One more short pitch before we go to the longer story. And that is Wilco, Zorginnovatie Nederland. Wilco has a surname, Wilco Schuttelaar. Where are you? Oh, there you are. I'm sorry. And this is a new platform that brings together, well, that is up to you to say. And I'm going to give you your personal microphone.
Can I take it home?
You cannot take it home.
Okay.
But it's always worth a try.
Thank you. Well, it's not completely new. Where's my button? But there's a new part of it which I'd like to introduce to you. My name is Wilco Schuttelaar, and I'm from the Healthcare Innovation Foundation, the Netherlands. And let me start with saying that there are a lot of beautiful, great initiatives, innovations, startups, scale-ups in the Netherlands. But what's the problem is that they don't know of their existence of each other. So we make the same mistakes, and I think we need to learn more from one innovation to another. And the other problem is that a lot of investors or healthcare institutions don't know what to choose. They see a lot of new technologies coming, but they can't oversee the level playing field and want to know what's happening to be able to make a decision. And that's why we started the foundation and a platform for actually a database for innovations in healthcare. We were very happy that the Minister, Edith Schippers, who was here this morning, wanted to launch it last November. And we do that with 8 regional innovation networks, which makes it really a national initiative, with what I'm really proud of. And this is what the main page, the web page, looks like. We've got 450 innovations now and 2,000 people, and it's grown really rapidly. Also with the 100 innovations of the Sustainable Healthcare Challenge you saw just now. And what I really like, it's not just a list or not a database of names of companies, but we ask them a lot. We have 60 questions per innovations, and the average amount of words they deliver is 1,200. Because we think you have to be open. Every innovation you can see without logging in or something. It's completely open. But there's a new part of the website coming, and I'm really proud to announce that we do that with the Ministry of Health, Welfare and Sport. And that's the community. Now we've got the innovations, and you can talk or react to the innovations, but there are more issues we need to address, and we want to get a national debate on healthcare innovation online. Because when you see the questions, Q&As in these types of rooms or with the health insurance companies, there's a lot of knowledge, but it's not always open, and you can't attend every meeting. So we want to get a national place, a starting point where you can address questions. And launch a debate, ask what is important for an investor to know, or how can I get into a hospital with my innovation. What I want is that we get a good community instead of all the fragmented discussions in rooms like this or smaller LinkedIn groups. We're going to launch that July 7th. So you have a month to adapt to the idea that we're coming. This is a sneak preview of how it looks. You can start your own conversation. You can react to another. And this is just an idea we're still developing. And actually, I wanted to ask for your help. Because to make this a successful national initiative, I would like to join. I would like to ask you to join this community. You can all already go to the website and make a profile or sign up for the newsletter, and then we'll let you know when it's there and ask for your input. That's it. Yeah.
Good luck. Okay, we're going to talk about money and about banks. Well, we're not going, but Michel van Schaik is going to, because there's a lot of talk about banks not financing startups, loans for very bad conditions, catch-22 contracts. But the financing of innovation has been innovating itself. And, well, I think that's what Michel's going to talk about. He's a former dentist, but he went to... Oh, that's my 5-minute timer. You were very short. Well done. Thank you, Michel. Yeah, that's the pitch timer. I've set it on 5 minutes, but it was a bit earlier than... Don't mess with my phone. Thank you. Well, so Michel van Schaik, former dentist, specialized in public health and has been very active in this area for a long time, knows a lot about it, and now works at Rabobank Nederland as the director of the healthcare department. And he's going to talk to you about financing the future of care. And there will be 5 minutes after his talk for you to ask him some questions. So listen sharply. Michel, thank you for helping me with the phone, and a warm applause, please, for Mr. van Schaik.
Stel, er komen 16 miljoen mensen naar u toe. Elk met ruim 5.000 euro in de hand. Ze willen dat geld, een totaal van zo'n 80 miljard, aan u geven. Nu. En vervolgens elk jaar weer. Het enige wat ze ervoor terugvragen is het beste voor hun gezondheid. Dus zoveel mogelijk hulp bij het voorkomen van ziekte en zoveel mogelijk zorg als die ziekte er onverhoopt toch komt. En optimale begeleiding als zelfstandig verder leven problematisch wordt. Daarvoor hebben ze elk jaar weer 80 miljard over, zolang u de klus naar tevredenheid volbrengt. Ik denk, maar wie ben ik, dat weinigen van u dat aanbod af zouden slaan. En ik denk, maar alweer wie ben ik, dat weinigen van u dat geld vervolgens precies zo besteden als we nu doen. Nee toch? Zou u doorgaan met steeds grotere instellingen bouwen die steeds grotere afstand tot de mens scheppen? Zou u doorgaan met steeds minder handen aan het bed? Of in de woning? Of in de buurt? Zou u doorgaan met steeds meer investeringen in genezing en steeds minder in preventie? Bijvoorbeeld die van verslavingen, hart- en vaatziekten en obesitas? Of zou u het omdraaien? Niet de mens naar de zorg brengen, maar de zorg naar de mens. Met informatie die begrijpelijk en toegankelijk is, zodat de mens zijn eigen beslissingen beter kan nemen. Met middelen die de mens en zijn omgeving verrijken en niet verwarren. Met technische innovatie die zich niet alleen op de ultraknappe operatierobot concentreert, maar ook op de smartphone voor zelfzorg. Met regelgeving die samenwerking en ondernemerschap bevorderen, in plaats van te dwarsbomen. Met een filosofie die uitgaat van de mens en niet van het huidige aanbod van de sector. Een filosofie waarin de kwaliteit van leven centraal staat. En bovenal, alles in een duurzame vorm gegoten. Zodat we niet elk jaar weer hoeven te zeuren over stijgende kosten. Maar juist kunnen vaststellen dat we met z'n allen meer waarde creëren. In Nederland en daarbuiten. En dat zorg geen binnenlandse kostenpost meer is, maar een wereldwijd exportproduct. Ik denk dat ik het zo zou doen. Maar nogmaals, wie ben ik? Het gaat immers om u. Hoe zou u die 80 miljard per jaar besteden? Hoe zou u die 16 miljoen mensen de centrale plaats teruggeven die ze verdienen? Zullen we het daar eens over hebben?
Okay. Well, thank you. It's a great honor to be here and to have the opportunity to tell you a little bit about innovation and banks. Some people think that that's not something that can go together, but I'm sure it can, and I will try to explain a little bit about that. In the Netherlands, that's important to know for people who are not from the Netherlands, banks play a relatively important role in funding the healthcare system. Of course, we have a lot of public regulations, but many healthcare providers, when they want to invest in equipment or in buildings, they have to go to a bank to get the lending. And that's one of the traditional roles that we as a Rabobank in the Netherlands play already for a long time. And I think we can be proud on the Dutch healthcare system because when you compare it to many other countries, we can, I think, claim that the quality of healthcare in general is very good, accessibility is very good, the affordability is becoming an issue. But although we may be proud on our healthcare system, and I'm sure if you're from another country that you're probably proud on your system, many healthcare systems, as we have developed them over the years, are not sustainable in the long run. They are very much focused from a provider perspective, and if you look at the needs of society, then if you look at the numbers, what we see is that when you look at the populations getting older, at the same time people will develop one or more chronic illnesses. And due to the marvelous progress that we've made in the past decades in healthcare, we more and more are capable of treating illnesses very well, and then sometimes where in the past people unfortunately died sometimes because of an illness, now people can be treated, but then they become a chronic patient. And even if you become a chronic patient, you can live a perfect life, high quality, but in the end, if you develop more chronic illnesses, in the end you become immobile, dependent, fragile, and a lot of people are lonely. And we think that the current health sector doesn't provide the answers to all those people in need of support to maintain quality of life as long as possible. So we believe that the healthcare sector has to change and that we are on the verge of a very dramatic and very interesting transformation that, apart from also providing some threats for certain people or certain entities, also provides us lots of opportunities. And I was very proud to see all these young people that we just heard giving their presentations and their pitches that proves that there's so much potential for innovation. Now I would hope the next slide would come about. Yes. Well, this is a picture that you've probably seen in many different ways these days already. And what it shows is that often an innovation starts with an idea on the left hand of this slide, and then an idea has to be developed in a prototype, and then in the end the prototype will be developed into a product or a service, and then it takes a while before you actually start to get some returns and revenues, and then when in the end the revenues start to come in, then the moment arrives that you can actually go to a bank, and then the bank will maybe say, well, now you're ready for some funding. And traditionally, what I've been doing the last couple of decades, I was very active on the right-hand side of this picture. So we were, and still are, funding a lot of healthcare institutions, hospitals, nursing homes, care for the elderly, and for the mentally ill. And what we see is that these institutions have to change their game. They have to really think about their strategy. They have to make choices whether or not to continue to provide certain services, or have to recognize that other parties can do it better. And we are actually being active in the whole value chain, both on the startup side, but also in the regular system, that we believe that we have in a way, the duty to bring these two worlds, the world of the startups and the worlds of the regular healthcare institutions, together. How can we do that? By providing funding or not to the regular institutions. And we are reluctant to fund new hospitals if we don't believe that they add value to the healthcare system. And on the other hand, what we try to do is we want to invest also sometimes together with other parties, also risk-bearing capital in startups. And so that is something that we not only do as Rabobank by ourselves, but we also create ecosystems with professional investment parties that can actually help us, or actually help you as starting entrepreneurs with developing your business. So it's also very nice that this week we are going to announce, or actually Tuya Capital is going to announce, that there will be a new fund, and Rabobank will be one of the cornerstone investors. So the basic, or this is maybe nice to show you, because this is all theory, but to show you that it's also working already in real life. This is an example of an entrepreneur who we talked with due to the fact that we, on a yearly basis, have the Herman Wijfels Innovation Award. And they came to us, a young lady entrepreneur, with an idea for a smart assisting device, a rollator in good Dutch. And the prototype was actually presented to us. In the end, she won the prize, and because of the fact that we supported her by recognizing that this was a really good invention, she now, and her company now, has raised 5 million euros, a combination of a regional investment company and also a local Rabobank, so that they can actually start to scale up their company and hopefully sell this device to many elderly people who are in need of these kinds of devices. And in the end, we hope that this company will also start to grow, and that this will start to export this product also to other countries. So this is an example how we can play a role, not always immediately by providing risk-bearing capital, but also by sharing our knowledge and our networks. This is actually something different, because I noticed that we talk a lot about startups, people that start with nothing and have an idea and start to grow their idea into a business. But what we also see is a great opportunity of actually building centers of excellence out of institutions that are already in the marketplace. And this is an example where a clinical leader, Rob Pietersen, a professor at Erasmus Medical Center, had a passion and an idea to start the Princess Maxima Center for Child Oncology. And this is very much based on value-based healthcare. His ambition is to increase the survival rate for these children that are unfortunate and get cancer. But his belief is that by combining 7 academic centers into one center of excellence, the professionals can do a better job, and the children, and of course also their family and parents, are better off. And also these kind of startups, you could call it the startups, are very important that we that we have more of these examples, because if we are capable of combining the knowledge, the clinical knowledge, also with the research capabilities and also with the industrial parties, I'm sure within the Netherlands we can have much more centers of excellence, not only relevant for the Dutch people, but also for many people in other countries. And interesting enough, the governance of this newly organized hospital is a cooperation. Actually, we are also, as a Rabobank, is also a cooperative bank, which means that both the doctors and the patients are more or less shareholders in this institution. And we actually issued a bond at the end of last year in which people, citizens like you and me, could actually buy a share in this hospital and also get a revenue on it. So this is a very new way of thinking about funding new hospitals, which we are, of course, very proud of, and we think there is much more potential to do this also for other groups. So what can we offer? Well, we are very committed, even though we have to scale down our enterprise very drastically. We are at this moment, we are talking about 9,000 colleagues, which unfortunately have to leave the company, so we have to scale down and decrease our costs. But we are very committed to play an important role both in the food and agri sector, which we operate in worldwide on a global scale, but also healthcare in the Netherlands is one of our focus sectors, and that will remain also the case in the future. And so what we can do is connect our knowledge, our local networks, to our national networks and knowledge, and in the end also link it to our global network. And very important, I believe that we also have to connect between different sectors, because there's a lot of innovation between different domains, especially also between the food and agri sector and healthcare. And we are looking at building coalitions of the willing, so I'm very glad, and also I see a lot of opportunities to work together with the Ministry of Healthcare in the Netherlands, and the Minister announced today the Fast Track initiative. And I think it's very important that we, as a private company, closely work together with the government and all other kinds of partners, where we don't have to build more and more innovation funds, but where we can actually use the investment funds which are already in place, the funds like Gilde Investments or Shift Invest or Holland Venture or Tuya Capital, and we want to combine the knowledge and the networks and the capital in these different ecosystems. And in the end, I hope, and it's becoming more and more reality, that we will start to look at healthcare not only as a sector where we complain every year to contain and to maintain costs, but we start to look at it as a sector which adds a lot of value to society and which can also become one of the engines of our economy. This is my contribution, and I'm very glad to take some questions, because I understand we have some time for that.
Yes,
Judith.
we do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's have a look around. Yeah, you can.
One question.
Use the red light button.
I don't know if I'm asking the right person, but I'm wondering about a physical ecosystem. I've heard a lot about digital ecosystems here in the Netherlands, but is there some speak over some sort of physical ecosystem where all of this healthcare startups are getting together?
Is that a question for you, Michel?
Well, I think, I'm not sure if it's only for me, but I think there's many other people here in the room that can give some answer. What I see is that we have a lot of regional ecosystems. Actually, Wilco already mentioned the 8 that are combined in your platform or your website. And so in the region, we see a lot of people working together already. But it's also important, and it's actually also for the bank that I'm working for, because it's actually also an organization with a lot of regional organizations, that there's also a connection between all these different ecosystems. And I think that also on a national level, Erik, you are working on that with the startup network. And we, in that case, it's very nice to live in a small country. Distances are not a real issue here. So I think that many people in this health innovation domain or ecosystem, many people know each other.
Thank you. Maybe, question over there.
We've seen a lot of presentations about software innovations, and you gave us some examples of things you supported, but they are basically people-driven companies and maybe fast-moving consumer goods like relators and stuff. Can you elaborate on your view on that?
Yes, well, another example which is not in this small video is an initiative or an innovation that we started together with Achmea, health insurance company, and also CZ, Zorgverzekering, and PGGM, one of our pension funds. And it's called We Helpen, and that's very much focused on social innovation. In fact, it's a platform where people who are in need for support because they are less mobile can, on a very easy basis, try to get in contact with people who are willing to offer some help in the neighborhood. And we started this, I think, 3 or 4 years ago, and I think that there's about 30,000 people active on this platform at this moment. But what we want to do is, and that's why we renewed the contract for the next 3 years, is that we want that everybody in the Netherlands knows about this platform and uses it. And there is no earning model in this, in the sense that the idea is that it's also a cooperative, so there's not dividends paid or somebody's going to take the money out of this system, but the idea is that we invest to have a professional infrastructure, and if more people start to use it, then the cost per transaction is going to decrease. And in the end, the whole society will benefit because it will help people to remain independent longer, and it will also take some pressure from people who are probably having a job in caring for their parents, for instance. So this is actually one of the social innovation examples.
One question that was sort of bothering me, that you formerly had these clients, the big institutions. That
still do.
Yeah, you still do. But in your video, you also sort of want to turn around the system, and it's not very profitable for the big institutions. So somehow you're not being very helpful to your biggest customers. Is that a problem for the bank?
Well, I don't think that's how I see it, because I think that we are very helpful to our clients if they don't see that they have to change and adapt to their environment, that in the end they will have a problem and they can go bankrupt. In fact, already in the Netherlands, 2 hospitals have gone bankrupt, and that's not what we're looking for, of course, because if that happens, then we are going to be one of the parties that will have a financial loss. But it's very important that the hospitals or the healthcare institutions or the executive board members that we talk with develop a strategy other than efficiency or merging.
You're somehow
so we challenge
mingling
them
in their mission and vision. You're sort of really getting into their strategy.
No, because we don't say what they have to choose, but we do think that it's very important for health institutions not to only think about being bigger and becoming more efficient, because there's also a risk that they become more bureaucratic, and in the end patients don't recognize the service that they expect from a healthcare provider. So that's why I started with a vision, and we are very this is not a vision that we developed overnight, but we believe that this has to stop, that we have to scale down in a sense that we have to focus more on specific needs of patients and the population. And if for one or the other reason we don't have the same vision as a healthcare institution, then we have to decide we agree not to agree. And that's also possible.
Yeah, so in that way the money, the loan is also at stake?
Could be. Could be, and that's actually one of the basic roles of a bank. We have to allocate scarce resources in such a way that the contribution, that it adds the most value. So that if we would keep financing new hospital buildings, knowing that in the long run we don't need them, then we're actually destroying capital, not only for society but also for ourselves.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, please. Lady up front, thank you.
Thank you. I have a question about the financial model. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult to make a clear innovation project evaluation and to apply the innovation project information to standard business plan. That's why sometimes institutions like banks don't like to finance startups out of this problem. Are you going to use the traditional business plan model during evaluation, or maybe you are going to change it and use something else like venture funds do and so on? This is a question. Thank you very much.
It's also an advice, huh? No.
Yes. Well, maybe. Well, what I understand is your question. That's all, and correct me if I'm wrong. But when I started working for the bank, I thought that it was a very mathematical job in terms of you have to fill out the spreadsheets and all the numbers have to be in place, etc. And of course, that's important. Your business plan should be solid and it should add up. But in the end, and that's probably maybe a little new, I think as a banker you also have to have a view and a good feeling about the entrepreneur that you're dealing with. The Princess Maxima example that I just showed you, in regular banking terms, we would never have financed that because there were too many risks involved, and there are still risks involved. But since we believe that the entrepreneur is very passionate about the idea and the business case is also solid, and there's a large ecosystem of stakeholders which are actually also supporting this idea, I think that's where we can make the difference, being knowledgeable about the sector that we're banking in. So I think that we're moving away a little bit from only spreadsheet banking into the direction where we also have to take risks if we think that the idea is worth financing. And there's no guarantees, but there were no guarantees in the past to finance. But in this time of transformation, you need a view and a vision on your own, and that helps to make choices. What are we going to do? It would be very easy to finance the next regular hospital given the history that we came from. This actually took some guts to do this, but I'm much more comfortable with this highly or more risky project than I would be comfortable with an average hospital which has no strategy. So I think we have to also change our game.
Great question, thank you. We'll have one more question. Was that you earlier on? Or yeah, it was you, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe the good news is that the question is already answered. My name is Menno Wij. I'm a tech lawyer at Solve here in Amsterdam. My question to you was, but I think you just answered it, what are the top 3 things you look at in order for, let's say, your investment decision? But again, I think you mentioned it, so I'm more than happy to...
yeah, stakeholders, passion, and?
Well, the business case.
The business case, yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, over to you, last question.
Yeah, I had a small question. I think it's really brave that you are joining together with VCs. It's something new. Could you tell us a little bit more about how the Rabobank is taking the leap in working together with Tuja Capital and those partners? For the entrepreneurs here in the room, to give them a sort of an idea or a grasp what to do.
Well, we work together with more different investment companies, and some of them are actually also funded by Rabobank, others are not. That's not our main concern. So if we meet an entrepreneur with a good idea and we come to the conclusion that it's too early to provide a banking loan, then we can actually make the connection to the investment company we think suits best. And you also have to consider that in the end, many of these investment companies only invest in maybe 10, 15 ventures. So most ventures have a hard time, we already heard this several times today, finding funding. But what I see is that also the different investment companies work together. So if they come across a good idea, but it doesn't suit in their portfolio, they also have connections to their colleagues. And so once, and what we want to do is, when you enter a Rabobank, that there will be somebody who can give you advice, at least in the sense that they can redirect you to somebody else who can help you. And in the end, of course, we also want to try and provide funding actually to help you with working capital or finance. And maybe this is a good a moment to also explain that we, as a cooperative bank, we have what we call cooperative dividend. So a part of our profit is actually repaid to society, and in the past we would just sort of give it away as subsidies or sponsoring. And what we try to do now is that we want to build a part of that money into soft loans, so that starting companies could come to us, and if we think it's a good idea, we can give a loan, to a soft loan with very attractive conditions. The idea is that you would have to pay the loan back, but we know that there is a real chance that it doesn't happen. But that also is something that we would like to think about and talk about together with other parties. So this is also a subject that I think would be very interesting to talk about with the department here or other companies.
Soft loans.
Soft loans.
Well,
sounds good, huh?
Thanks for your questions very much. I'm sorry, we have to move on now.
Sure.
And thank you very much, Michel, for your talk, your inspiration, and the courage of the bank. Now I want to have some special attention for our next guest. And I'm sorry, I wasn't going to announce you, Mr. Van Oranje. I was going to announce Paul Pelsmaker, who I think you will know, and who organized this day in a very short time together with the Ministry of VWS. So he's the man today, I think. Yeah. And I'm even going to give you my mic, and you're going to tell about the Digital Health Hub. A short pitch from Paul Pelsmaker.
That was too much honor, sorry. I'm going to take a couple of minutes because I'm between you and the moment you've been waiting for. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Digital Health Startup, which is a new initiative that will start at fall 2016. And that will combine the experience that we had with multiple European projects, helping startups and SMEs going to the next stage. It took the experience of FISH, it took the experience of the GET projects, of the EU SME eHealth competition, which has its final tomorrow at the eHealth Week. It also took the experience of some other events that we organized in conjunction with other partners. And it's going to be called the Digital Health Startup. And it's going to offer a lot of services and a lot of experience to startups, companies, scale-ups, everyone in the field of digital health. It's going to offer, it's going to start online with an online community, online services such as online matchmaking and webinars. It's going to progress to offline services or on-site services like training, workshops, coaching, and also mentoring. And it's going to end up international. We have a lot of international partners that we're working within this initiative. We're going to organize study trips to Orlando next year, for instance. We did already to Las Vegas and to Chicago the past years. And at the end, we want to finish by inviting potential or good startups or scale-ups into our Digital Health Startup Fund and Acceleration Phase. It's going to be launched, or it's planned to be launched in the Jaarbus in Utrecht, but we're not regionally focused. We're not linked to Utrecht. We're actually European-based innovation hub or startup hub. We're going to be part of the iHub Association, which is an association with 30 innovation hubs across Europe. And by doing so, we get the access to over 300 mentors throughout Europe. So if you're a Romanian startup that wants to have context in Finland, for instance, or Norway, we can connect you, and also vice versa, of course. We're also going to be connected to the ECH Alliance. Brian O'Connor was several times on stage today. He has set up several ecosystems throughout Europe, but also in the US, Canada, and in China. And we're going to open up those ecosystems for the startups that are going to join us. And we also have a strategic partnership with HIMSS. For instance, the study trips that we did to the US and to Orlando, we're going to do in 2017. It's going to be at the HIMSS convention, where 40,000 delegates are attending the conference sessions, but also the matchmaking that we're going to offer. It's free to join. Anyone can join, anyone can offer services, anyone can join the services. And it's even possible if you are organizing a 2-day workshop, for instance, we can make it a premium services. But above all, it's free for everyone to join, at least the online community and also the on-site community. It's going to open fall 2016. And if you need more information, there was supposed to be an email address on there. Come walk to me, and then I'll explain you more about the initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Okay, now we're to the last part of this afternoon. As you probably know, Constantijn van Oranje, starting the 1st of July this year, will be the special envoy for the Startup Delta. Startup Delta 2020 is going to a new phase, and it's great that he's with us here today. And he will be interviewed by Secretary General, who's been here all day with us as well, Erik Gerritsen from VWS. So please join us on stage.
Okay. Take this one. Well, of course, let me first say how glad we are that you are in our midst, and very honored to play this part in our closing ceremony, as you could say. Let me start, and of course, congratulations becoming the special envoy and succeeding Nelly Kroes, who did a very great job. So she raised the bar for you, but we having good hopes. And but let me first start that you have a lot of experience in the working in the European Commission in digital health, and especially how difficult it is to get innovation in healthcare going, helping startups and scale-ups. So maybe you could first share some thoughts on us with regard to this challenge.
Yes. Well, it came to a point where I said, where Nelly said, I'm not going to this event anymore. So eHealth Week, when there was this ministerial conference, and really, how do you get a minister to go there? Obviously, healthcare in Europe had not a lot of competences in Europe, but it was always the same ritual dance, and there's a certain hope that that all of this attention to innovation eventually will lead to a critical mass of initiative that somewhere will break through. But I remember I think it was 2011 or 2012, we launched the European Innovation Partnership for Active and Healthy Aging, and we tried to find VCs investing in this asset class. It just didn't exist yet, and you see that this is happening now, and so I guess there's a lot is happening. But when I hear all the analysis, I mean, just the wonderful presentation by the Rabobank, where especially the first the clip, there's nothing new there. We've known this. We've been saying, why don't we emphasize prevention? Why, if you have health care, it's not about health, it's about sick, and it's about cure, not about care. So when are we going to flip this? And so we've heard a lot of this, and eventually, if you're in policy, you become pretty demotivated, and because especially when you come from Europe, the only thing you can do is you can support through grants, you can support healthcare research, and we came from, as DG Connect, from the digital side, so very much the technology push and the technology companies, and we found that there were completely separate worlds. So we had DG Sanko, it's VWS, and we had Connect, which is more like economic affairs. And the good thing, I think, what is happening now is that these two are now meeting up finally. But there was a there was a competition for the reality. So we had the technology enthusiasts. We knew the world, the new world where it was going to, and everything is sharing and going into data and all that. And then you had the world of the institutions and the system, of the care providers and of the cardiologists and the urologists and everybody in their own little silo doing great things, but not connecting at all. And then, of course, there's the world of the healthcare insurers that play their role of very passionate and dedicated people, but also locking in the system and sometimes also becoming a barrier to innovation. And we weren't even allowed to talk about remuneration. So it was a few things you could not touch. So my experience was this was like a bit with education, a very, very difficult sector to deal with. With a lot of innovation potential, a lot of little companies, startups, very tech-focused, not always with a business model that's scaled. Also in a market that really is not very easy to scale in, and slowly dooming on the edges in new platforms, new players from completely different industries, eyeing in this space and saying exactly what the video of the bank said. 80 billion, or the trillions we have in the US, if we could just do 1% saving, we could be very rich. And whereas in the industry where everybody was looking at the incrementals and optimization and those kind of things. So it is, I think we're at the brink of where we might see breakthroughs. And there might be critical mass that this change that we've been seeing for over 15 years or 20 years even might actually come through. And that's what I find very hopeful.
But I also see some doubts in your body language. Why is that? Are we still in the same situation? A lot of consensus about the new visions, but still talking to each other with the same stories? Or
well, I think
are you sensing some new things?
No, I think you always have to look at these kind of very regulated markets. So what is the straw that can break the back of the system? Everybody's holding each other into a lockdown, which, for instance, in consulting, it's the uurtje factuurtje. So if you have to take that away, then the thing starts to crumble. I think, for instance, in healthcare, it's data. And the citizen has to, and this is another thing. Healthcare only talks about patients, but 90% of us are not a patient. They are people that are still dealing with health. And it's just a simple mind shift, but you have to think about it in that way. So I do think that we might be at a point where this changes, where the institutions that have kept this whole thing in place might, as you were saying, some of them might actually go broke because you're holding on to a paradigm that is no longer valid. And when you give the patients, for instance, the data about how doctors are performing, if you see that there's sometimes a correlation, and I know this from Australia, I don't know it from the Netherlands, it's the same thing, but the correlation between the price of treatment and quality, but it's a negative correlation. And a friend of mine who actually had he works in data analytics in healthcare, he had a doctor who actually wanted to work less, so he thought, I'm going to put my prices up, because then I get less work. In fact, he got more work, because price is an indication for quality. And a lot of people figure that out, so you put prices up, but you don't increase the quality, and people will come there. And if you start deflating that and bringing more insight and transparency into health as a market, I think a lot could potentially change.
Okay.
And then, because the patient will actually go there where the quality of service is the best.
So the challenge is how to get all those well-intentioned, wonderful, ambitious, motivated people working in all those bad systems out of their comfort zone. Do you have any experience with another sector that already succeeded in this big challenge? I think you talked about the agricultural sector.
No, I said education, because that's also very regulated. You have a lot of eHealth, of e-learning tools, and there's hardware, there's software, a lot of new methodologies. But it takes some courage, also leadership from government to demand change, and then to see enough opportunity, and then to have the people that take the opportunities kind of shielded a bit, and that's maybe where Startup Delta comes in, that you try to shield off the innovators, because the system the system's immune system is incredibly powerful. The same in companies. I mean, not that Rabobank or the health insurers want to kill innovation, but a big institution is built to resist the challenge. And if you bring something that is innovative, or especially when it's highly disruptive to your current business model, your organization would be very badly structured if it doesn't try to kill it.
Okay. And do you know any examples of in other sectors where there's already this killer application or this broad spectrum antibiotic worked to kill the disease?
Well, I don't know if for instance, well, you see in media a lot of change already happened, and because that was maybe less regulated market. But I think you can generally say, well, energy, obviously, that's going to happen too. Again, very resilient, big institutions, difficult to change, big installed base. But I think in all of these areas, you will start to see a slow shift coming through transparency, empowerment of different groups that are different stakeholders, platforms that are going to shift the value in the value chain to different areas, and they will open the eyes. And we know that you have to be near existential crisis for a big institution to really fundamentally change. And the challenge is I think for the governments or leaders in these institutions to anticipate this and to have a kind of a three-horizon view of the world and start investing in that third horizon at a time where your whole institution might actually resist that change.
Okay. Well, you mentioned Startup Delta already. Can you give us a glance with regard to your ambitions? First, please, can you, for the people who don't know Startup Delta, explain what Startup Delta is?
Well, Startup Delta, in the first place, is a government program. And it to support startups and startup ecosystem, and then this startup thing is a bit semantic, so it's startup, scale up, it's entrepreneurship basically, high growth entrepreneurship in the Netherlands, and it tries to do a few things, and this was then I think defined as it went along. One is obviously creating the awareness about what's going on in the Netherlands itself. Because as somebody mentioned, it's very fragmented and we don't really know what Groningen is doing. I actually was in Denmark, and there we met the people in Brabant. For the first time, they knew that in Groningen they were doing a lot in out of institution care for the elderly. So you have to go to Denmark
to meet your own colleagues in the region.
So it's what's going on in the Netherlands, then putting the Netherlands on the map internationally, bringing international key players to come to the Netherlands. Then how do we create more access to capital, create more access to the network, and lastly to talent. So how do we grow the talent pool, more coding in schools, but also more entrepreneurial target migration policies. So those were the areas that were covered. And developed a number of programs, but it's also been a lot about basically the matchmaking and actually creating the relationships that are so essential in an ecosystem.
Okay. I think you were really successful in that because you're already working for the Startup Delta. So now we have this success. There is this awareness. We score high on different number of rankings as a good ecosystem to start your startups. So what's the next? What are your ambitions in your term? Going to the next level.
Well, my challenge will be, I think a lot of the interventions into systems or into markets are doomed to fail. So especially if you're a Startup Delta, you come from the outside, and who are you to tell a startup what to do or tell an institution what to do, basically. So the challenge is to be as nimble as possible in the intervention and have a maximum return. So how do you create real value? So on one hand, obviously, it's removing barriers. Like those could be regulation, those could be fiscal, they could also be basically just structural, or how sectors are organized, for instance, but also between say the incentive system of the universities, really disincentivizing investment in companies or scientists actually investing and spending time on valorization and commercialization of technology. So those are kind of structural barriers that you can address. It's not Startup Delta that's going to address them, but it's going to try to put a spotlight on them and say these are issues, and find the coalitions willing to make the change. But the change has to happen in the market. And I really want to have a small team, as small as possible, that there's no tendency to start doing these things ourselves. It really has to happen there, otherwise it's never sustainable and it's also not scalable.
So what's the unique thing that you are going to do with the small team? You want to work with a small team, and the market has to do all the work. But how to reach big impact with a small team?
Well, one unique thing is listening, and that's probably the most important.
Okay. Well, that sounds about right. Well, we'll really looking forward to cooperating with Startup Delta as a Ministry of Healthcare, also, of course, with our colleagues of the Department of Economic Affairs. Do you have any thoughts on that already?
Well, I think the fact that you are collaborating is extremely important, and the fact that it comes from the top, and now, I mean, to make sure that the lower layers of the institutions also start seeing the value of that collaboration is, I think, really, really important. So if you can identify role models, if you can identify kind of collaborative projects, for us, the work with DG Sanco only came about because we had this new instrument, innovation partnerships, and they should be policy driven. That was the idea. DG Research, that was in charge of these, said, we're going to give, the policy here is DG Sanco, they do healthcare. And we said, well, you know, we do digital policy, that's policy too. So, and we had all the money. So he said, well, you're going to give them, you put them in charge over our money, that's not going to work. So we said, we have to co-lead this thing. It was very popular in the, you know, in the past, you have double leadership. And I never thought it would work, but it did work. And it worked because it forced our institutions to sit together. We developed common KPIs, and we had to bring those worlds together. And I could see it because we had other programs, eHealth, for instance, and the eHealth people were not collaborating at all because they had their individual worlds. And the active and healthy aging people were forced within one project to come up with commonalities. And we found that if we were doing this, these commissioners were always together. And I said, that's a waste of time. You know, you have 2 commissioners going to the eHealth week, but in the end, that was really symbolic. I think it was important to show that the techies and the people that are kind of on the economic side, that they should join the people that are on the healthcare, on the systems, and on the systems financing side.
Okay. Thank you for that good advice. In the room, we have a lot of startups, scale-ups, entrepreneurs, as you call them. Do you have any advice for them?
No, I said I was going to listen.
Well, he is here now to listen to you for another 5 minutes, I think. So maybe there's a little bit room for 1 or 2 things to say so he can listen. Maybe? You can use the technique that's in front of you.
Hello. How can you make prevention profitable? Sorry.
Well, for one, I would turn around is you as an individual. You're the first client of your own prevention, right? So why do you go do fitness? Why do you eat healthy? Why do you do that? It's because you want to stay healthy. It's not because you want to make somebody rich. So there's a lot about communication there too. I think in some ways you have to monetize, if you look at it from the business perspective, you have to monetize the savings that you're going to get at the end. So some kind of a bond structure might be helpful. And I know this was tried in Finland, in Tampere, where a startup took over the healthcare system and said we set a certain level of care, which we agree on. And this is the current trajectory of your cost. And if we can provide you the same level of care, then all the savings are going to be ours. That was a great model. Didn't work in the end because politicians are not the best people to do deals with. And they said, well, hey, you're saving a lot of money. We can change the parameters of the deal. So that's a tricky one. But I think in many of those cases where the benefit comes through efficiency gains, but really exponential efficiency gains, you have to find some kind of structure of monetizing future efficiency in the current. So that bonds probably, but you have to ask the banker for how to deal with that.
Okay, time for one more. Oh, wait, let me come to you.
Well, Mr. Van Schaik talked about allocation of money. I experienced that when efficacy is in one silo, because of better healthcare, eHealth innovation, the costs are down in another silo. Because my quality of life is getting better, so my costs are down in another silo, like costs in an insurance company. How can we make visible the efficacy in the different silos when eHealth has effect on another part of money, like in governmental or in insurance companies?
Yeah, this is exactly why governments don't invest. So you get because a lot of and why you have this budget-based financing. So you have every year you spend your budget, whereas some investments actually are investments and should lead to savings. So that's a time issue. We were actually already discussed that. And then there is indeed that the benefits accrue in some other place of the value chain or in some other sector that's not on your budget. So I'm doing something really great. Hey, wait, that guy is getting the saving. Or it's the politician that follows you, so you're not getting the benefits. Or it's another guy or girl in another sector. This is, yeah, you can. I don't know. This is a very old problem, so it's extraordinary that there wouldn't be a solution. And maybe you can do a hackathon on that one. But I think to make it transparent where the benefits accrue, if you know this in advance that this is going to happen, then obviously you could do first you bring the facts, so you write a report and you say that this is happening, and two, that you bring the parties together in some kind of covenant, and then you make agreements of how you're going to share the returns of that investment. I was surprised that when these things are known, we don't have the governance or the organizational capacity to actually make it happen, and we are quite content just to identify the problems and then sit back and say, yeah, that's a really difficult problem. And I was inspired by Travis Kalanick. He's the CEO of Uber, who was here last week for the Startup Fest, and he said, I'm a problem solver in chief. If I'm in a room, then I'm the highest decision-making authority, and I'm there to solve a problem. And he said, if we solve the problem, then it wasn't a hard problem. And I think this is something that we should challenge ourselves with, that if these hard problems exist, we should put all our resources to solve them, and not to just put our resources into study them to long depth, and then after 10 years still say, well, we got this incredible problem, and therefore we can't innovate.
Thank you. And then really the last question?
Question, but actually also an advice to you that we are in the Netherlands experimenting with what we call society impact bonds or health impact bonds, and that actually addresses this issue. And one example that we are involved with is the Color Kitchen, where people with a distance to a job are actually by an entrepreneur supported to become employable. And if the entrepreneur is successful, then the local municipality will pay some of the saved monies to the entrepreneur. And this is something which is very experimental, but there is something in the Netherlands called society impact, and that's what I...
They're here, I think. Can anyone raise his hand? Because I know the people from society, they were here, okay. And I can personally say that the social impact bonds are working, because I used to be the chairman of the Color Kitchen, chairman of the oversight board, and now we're trying to introduce this concept as a health impact bond in healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a big hand. Constantijn van Oranje, thank you very much for being here. You want to say?
Yeah, I do. I want to say that, and it's for you and also the minister. These guys really know what they're talking about. You organize these events because you know that there's an issue here. I heard your minister speak at a private dinner at Philips, where we were asking the same questions about innovation in healthcare, and she knows where the bottlenecks are. So the good thing is you're led by people that actually know the problem and know that something needs to be done and bring people together here. I think the challenge is, and that I will support you wherever I can with Startup Delta, but you have to do the same in this room, is to help that change to happen and make you successful in that transition. So I wish you all the best of luck and success, and thank you for inviting Startup Delta to have a bit of your time.
Thank you very much. Okay. It's getting hotter and hotter. Before I'm giving the mic back to Judith to really get us to the drinks, we have to do this little ceremony introducing formally the upscaling guide, the freshly new upscaling guide, and there he is. So I should ask you all to give a big hand to this upscaling guide, welcoming it into our community. And I just hope that somebody from upscaling is now making the picture, because that's what it was all about. Let me just end by really congratulate you all for making this day a big success, because I think that, of course, we will play our part as a government, together with the Ministry of Economic Affairs, together with Startup Delta. But of course, in the end, the success will depend on the people who actually do the work, and it's local municipalities, it's care organizations, and it's you as entrepreneurs. We all need you, and well, you can ask us for getting all the whole system in the room. Are there still any psychiatrists in the room? Not anymore. They have this concept. It's called systems therapy. And that's a competency we are discovering more and more as a ministry, getting all the people together and put them in the room and just, keep the door closed until they found a problem. They solve the problem. Sorry. It's getting late. I'm sorry. I need a drink. And of course, you can always contact us when there are what I like to call entertaining obstacles to get rid of. So first try to solve the problem yourself, and if there are any entertaining obstacles left, you always can call the ministry, you can contact me personally, and we will help you get rid of those entertaining obstacles, because that's fun as well. Thank you for being here. Enjoy your drinks, and Judith, back to you.
Thank you very much. And you are easily accessible by Twitter under the eGerrit account. So I also heard that these lock-up sessions are most successful when you organize them around 3:30 on a Friday afternoon. So that's maybe some added advice. Okay, there's only one thing I can add, and that is if you have been invited, if you're a special guest and have been invited through Paul Pelsmaker by Erik Gerritsen, and you're joining us for dinner, then please gather, well, after we've had our drinks at the place where the big pictures are made with the steps. So if we come together there, everybody will take you to, you'll go together to have dinner. Well, that's it for now. I wish you all the best, and I hope you had a great day. Have a good drink and a nice dinner. See you some other time.